Honorable colleagues, I've examined and approved the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 21st November 2023. Announcements. Clerk, do you have?
Come close to this thing.
There will be a meeting of the Southwest Caucus today at 4 p.m. in room 301. Any member with petition? Any petition? Yes, Honorable Member, please go ahead.
The right, Honorable Speaker, I remain Kelechi Wob. I represent the people of Echie, Omoma Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Rivers State, the treasure base of the nation. I have a petition by Prince Martin Solomon Efeong against Mobil Producing Nigeria Unlimited, which is a subsidiary of ExxonMobil Corporation, for non-payment of compensation of the victims of oil spillage in Andoni River State and Akwa Ibom State, respectively. Right, Honorable Speaker, Mr. Solomon is only asking this House to intervene for him to get justice. Right, Honorable Speaker, with all due respect, if you permit me, I'll lay these reports.
Please go ahead, my brother. Any more petitions? The petition is referred to the Committee on Public Petition. Matters of urgent public importance. It's my pleasure to invite Honorable Nnamdi Ezechi to present his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, Nnamdi Ezechi is my name, and I represent the good people of Ndokwa-Okwani Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Delta State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, permit me to cite House Order 8, Rule 4, and to suspend under other relevant rules to enable me move this motion of urgent public importance, titled Urgent Need to Address Escalating Kidnappings and Killing of Kidnapped Victims in Federal Capital Territory. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder to the first leg of the motion? Yes, Honorable Mashi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Salisu Yusuf Majigiri. I represent Mashi Dusi Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Katsina State. I rise to second the motion that the House do consider the matter as an urgent public importance. I do second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of the motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. The second leg of the motion, any seconder? Honorable Fred.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. Agbedi Yetim Frederick is my name. I represent Sagbama Kilimo Federal Constituency. I'm from Bayelsa State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to the second leg of the motion. As ably moved, I say second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable, please proceed with your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, Nnamdi Ezechi is my name. I represent the good people of Ndokwa Kwani Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Delta State. Mr. Speaker, permit me to bring to the notice of this matter of urgent public importance on the need to address escalating kidnappings and killing of kidnapped victims in Federal Capital Territory. Mr. Speaker, the House note that the recent and distressing incident of kidnapping of Barrister Chris Agidi, who was also former SLA to my predecessor for 3 terms, and his neighbor on the 3rd of November within the Apple axis of Federal Capital Territory, with a subsequent unconfirmed report of his death related to the wife by the kidnappers. The House also notes the alarming increase in the frequency of kidnappings across country, posing a severe threat to safety and security of citizens. The House also further notes the significant concern that the FCT, being the seat of power and housing the headquarters of all security agencies, is facing such a critical security challenge. Concern about the potential ramifications of the escalating insecurity on the lives and well-being of citizens and the overall stability of the nation. Worried that the urgent and comprehensive measures are required to address the root causes of these security challenges and ensure the safety of residents in the FCT and the entire country. Also be aware the critical role played by security agencies, particularly the Inspector General of Police, Commissioner of Police FCT, and other relevant bodies in maintaining law and order. Aware of the need to immediate action to enhance security measures and curb the rising wave of kidnappings between FCT and the country. The House resolved to urge the Inspector General of Police, Commissioner of Police FCT, and other relevant security agencies to intensify effort in ensuring that security of lives and property in the FCT and Nigeria at large is kept. Mandate the House Committee on FCT, National Security and Intelligence, and Police Affairs to collaboratively investigate and formulate effective strategies to resolve the security issue leading to the alarming cases of kidnapping within the aim of bringing them to barest minimum. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I so move.
Honorable Agilo.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, Umar Agilo, my name, member representing Kudam Makari Federal Constituency. I am from Kano State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motions ably moved by my dear brother and colleague. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the committees on FCT, National Security and Intelligence, and Police Affairs for further legislative action. It's my pleasure to call on Honorable Olufemi Richard Bamisile for his motion.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. My name still remains Femi Bamishile, representing the very good people of Emure, Bonyi, Ekiti, East Local Government of that citadel of understanding, Ekiti State. I humbly request, Mr. Speaker, this morning to please invoke Order 8, Rule 4 of our very standing order to permit me take this motion of urgent public importance. I so request, Mr. Speaker, the body of the motion on urgent notice on illegal freezing of FX and Naira accounts of Senate customers over transfer of USD. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder to the first leg of the motion? Yes, Honorable, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. My name is Ngozi Okolie. I represent Aniocha Oshimili in Delta State. I humbly second the motion moved by my dear colleague. I so move.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. The second leg, any seconder? Yes, Honorable, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker in whom we are all well pleased. Honorable colleagues, I am Honorable Obodo Mitema. I represent the people of Ogbea Federal Constituency. I'm from Bayelsa State. I rise to the second leg of the motion, assembly moved by my colleague. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Bamichele, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. My name still remains Femi Bamichile, representing the very good people of Emure, Bonyi, Ekiti East local government in that citadel of understanding, christened as the Bareshe Luare Onokakanfo of Yoruba land. Mr. Speaker, the motion in question is motion on urgent public importance on illegal freezing of FX and Naira accounts of Zenith customers over transfers of USDs. The House notes that there is an existing platform on the banking app of Zenith Bank which permits the transfer and buying of FX using banking app. The app has been ongoing for a period of time, and there is no cap to the limit of money that can be bought or transferred, either by any individual or business. The House also notes that suddenly, 3 weeks ago, customers' accounts were frozen, and a message sent out by Zenith Bank to their customers asking them to refund the said monies they transferred and bought for personal or business purposes using the app. The House is worried that a young man was invited and detained by the Special Fraud Unit. He was made to pay $100,000 back to the bank and also made to give an undertaking under duress, stating that he made an illegal transaction, that an investigation is presently being conducted by a group of affected individuals with the help of the SAN. The House is also worried that the target as of today are the small names and businesses, while the big players in the industries are quite being approached for sake of protecting their brand. Mr. Speaker, the House resolves that the Committee on Banking Institutions look into this issue and come to an amicable resolution, after which the report will be back to the House in 2 weeks. Finally, the House resolves a final resolution where all parties that are affected are duly compensated for the loss that they must have incurred during the period of account suspension. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Honorable Ambaruna.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I'm Bele Isa Ambarura, member representing Ilela Gwadaba Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Sokoto State. I rise up to second The motion ably moved by my colleagues as presented. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Amendment? Okay, Honorable Maki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues. We thank the mover of this motion. The motion is very important at this level. Only the prayers, instead of banking institutions, should be banking, digital banking, because we are talking of the Zenith Bank app. So I so move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So which committee are you suggesting, you said?
Digital.
Digital.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any seconder? Honorable Time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name remains Timei Adelegbe, representing our federal constituency. I stand to second the motion as moved by my friend Gadi as to the fact that the committee to handle it should be digital banking. Thank you.
Those in support of this amendment should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Any more amendments? Honorable Shaba, are you okay? Okay, so we put the question. Those in support of this motion as amended should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committee on Digital Banking for further legislative action. Honorable members, the first business of the day is presentation of 30 bills. I now invite the clerk to read their short titles.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Stamp Duties Act Repeal and Enactment Bill 2023, first reading. Chartered Institute of Outsourcing and Management of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal Highways Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Family Economic Advancement Program Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Non-Governmental and Civil Society Organizations Agency Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Control of Usage of Artificial Intelligence Technology in Nigeria Bill 2023, first reading. Central Bank of Nigeria Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Child Rights Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Code of Conduct Bureau and Tribunal Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal College of Dental and Therapy Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. National Football Academy Jega, Kebbi State Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal College of Health Technology Jega, Kebbi State Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. National Vegetable and Fruits Processing and Storage Center Aleru, Kebbi State Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. National Orthopedic Center Gondu, Kebbi State Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal College of Entrepreneurship and Skills Acquisition Center Gondu, Kebbi State Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal Colleges of Education Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal College of Nursing and Midwifery Shonga, Kwara State Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Nigerian Communications Commissions Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal Medical Centers Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Genocide Commission of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal College of Health Sciences and Technology, Gumi Zamfara State Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal Colleges of Education Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. University Teaching Hospital Construction of Board Act, ETC Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Alteration Bill 2023, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Alteration Bill 2023, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Alteration Bill 2023, first reading. National Meteorological Training Institute Onitsha Establishment Bill 2023, first reading.
Honorable colleagues, the second business of the day is presentation of the ad hoc committee report on the gruesome murder of Nigerians by soldiers in Enugu, standing in the name of Honorable Sani Igede Ibrahim. Honorable members will recall that the matter was referred to the committee on Thursday, 29 June 2023. The report is ready for presentation. Honorable Rahim is invited to present the report.
Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Sani Igede Ibrahim, member representing Ajakuta Federal Constituency. I am from Kogi State. Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to lay a report of an ad hoc committee that was constituted to investigate the gruesome murder of some Nigerians on the 29 June 2023 by some soldiers in Enugu State. Mr. Speaker, I hereby ready to lay the report on behalf of the members of the committee. I so request, sir.
Any seconder? Honorable Jafaru from the Chinese Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Jafaru Yakubu. I stand this morning to support the motion for the laying of the report of the gruesome murder or killings by Nigerian Army to be laid this morning before the Honorable House. I so support.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable, please come forward and lay your report. The first order of the day is the commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to make provisions for Landscape Architects Registration Council of Nigeria, charged with the registration and regulation of landscape architects in Nigeria and for related matters, standing in the names of Honorable Benjamin Okezi Kalu and 6 others. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Thursday, 19 November 2023. I now invite Honorable Kalu to move that the bill be now read for the second time.
Your Excellency, the Speaker of the 10th Assembly, honorable colleagues, my name is Benjamin Okeze Kalu. I represent the people of Nigeria, starting from Bende Federal Constituency.
Honorable Kavila, don't you know that the DS is presenting his own bill? You don't know? Please go ahead, yes. Sorry for the interruption. I want to protect you so that nobody will talk while you are presenting your motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, most distinguished Speaker. We had agreed that one of the 6 sponsors of this bill will lead the bill today. And in his absence, I want to pray that you step this down so that you have the privilege of leading it some other time in the future, if you do permit, sir. Nalaraba is supposed to lead it. So I move that the bill be stepped down.
Thank you. Yes. So this bill is stepped down by the leave of the House. The third order of the day is a motion on rescission of on the Nigerian Peace Corps Establishment Bill 2023, standing in the name of Honorable. Sorry, I didn't read the second. The second order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to establish Institute of Debt Recovery Practitioners of Nigeria to train, regulate, license, and exercise control over the occupation of collection and recovery of debts, levies, fees, or remuneration by registered debt collectors and for related matters. Standing in the name of Honorable Timein Adelebe. Honorable members recall that the bill was read the first time on Thursday, 13th July 2023. I now invite Honorable Adelebe to move that the bill be read for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Timeyin Adelibi. I represent Owo, Osefera constituency from Mondo State. I rise to request the House for the reading of this bill for the second time, the bill for an act to establish the Institute of Debt Recovery Practitioners of Nigeria to train, regulate, and license and exercise control over the occupation of collection and recovery of debt, levies, fees, and remuneration by registered debt collection and related matters. Mr. Speaker, sorry. Okay.
Have you moved? Okay, any seconder? Honorable Gwale?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I am Garba Ibrahim Mohammed, representing Gwale, Federal Constituency of Kano State. I rise to second that this bill be read the second time. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable, please lead the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respected colleagues. I want to kindly indulge permission to lead this debate on the general principles of the Institute of Debt Recovery Practitioners of Nigeria, which was read on the floor on this chamber sometimes on 13 July 2023. Highlights of this bill. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague, this bill is divided into 4 major parts. Part 1, which is the main fulcrum of the bill, spelled out the establishment of the Institute of Debt Recovery, its governing council, tenure of members of the council, cessation of members, allowances, clearly spelled out in clauses 1 to 5. Part 2 of the bill.
Honorable Aminu Jamo, please can you sit properly?
Part 2 of the bill, in clauses 6 and 7, clearly outlines the functions and powers of the institute, while Part 3 of the bill is ambiguous term from clause 8 to 14 is on the structural, staff, and registration of members of the institute, while the last part, 4, of the bill clearly spelled out the financial provisions of the institutes in clauses 15 to 23. Justification for this bill, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, debt recovery is a crucial aspect of financial services in Nigeria economy, with the financial providers play a crucial role in providing funding for economic development. However, Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, with lending comes the risk of default.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kafila, what's your point of order?
Sir, we are not able to follow what he's reading. We don't have the copy of the bill.
Order what?
She is protected. The chair rules. Have you not circulated copies of this particular bill? How many people have copies of the bill?
I think some people. You have copies. She came late. Number has. A good number.
Can you name more copies for members that have that don't have?
Okay, we shall make sure the rest that don't have before.
And please, those that have, can you share?
Thank you,
with
Mr.
those
Speaker.
that don't have.
Thank you.
Point of order noted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank Kafila too.
And my sister Kafila, thank you.
Thank you.
And for those who have not gotten,
thank you too.
Thank you too. However, Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, with lending comes the risk of default and breaches of contractual agreement by customers. As a result, the need to recover debt arises, and debt recovery laws of Nigeria are crucial for financial providers as they provide a legal framework for recovering outstanding debts. Therefore, this bill seeks to augment the already entrenched process of debt recovery in Nigeria
by legalizing debt collection occupation in Nigeria. The whole essence of the bill is to transform the debt collection system in Nigeria by putting in place adequate mechanism to monitor the conduct and the professionalism of debt collectors, and to provide a culture of good governance within the profession. In Nigeria as of today, we have had series of molestation, intimidation, harassments of innocent citizens by most...
Honorable Kalambaina, please, can you find your seat?
By most of these online vendors who are always in the habit of harassing innocent citizens in the name of debt recovery. This ugly trend will be corrected by this bill by ensuring that the fundamental human rights or privacy of debtors are guaranteed. The bill will also provide a legal framework guiding debt collection by ending unorthodox and quack debt collection in Nigeria. Establish a process to deal with non-payment and collection of debts in Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, this is a step in the right direction by putting a legal mechanism in place to regulate debt recovery. It will stop mischief makers from involving in debt collection, lending to the loss of innocent Nigerian lives. The bill will also encourage cash flow and profitability of business, thereby promoting employment opportunity for our teeming youths. I therefore appeal for your overwhelming support that the bill be read the second time and be referred to the relevant committee for further legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any comment for or against? If not, anyone to second the motion? Are you for seconding the motion? Honorable Ambaruna? For comment, please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I remain Honorable Ambarura, Bello Isa Ambarura Suri, member representing Ilela Gorba Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from the seat of the Caliphate. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, mine is an observation on this issue raised or bill that when you understand, Mr. Speaker, the issue of debt recovery, we have a lot of gratification agency in Nigeria. But first and all, sorry, Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate the mover of this motion. But he should understand that there are a lot of gratification agency in Nigeria. And considering the nature of the economy of this country, it is good to sympathize with the government on creating or establishing this agency because of the current economic terrain we have in Nigeria. So I suggest the current economics or financial EFCC and the others that we have in Nigeria should be left to continue with their operation in Nigeria. That is my own observation. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a straightforward bill. We don't need to put too much energy to it unless if we have anyone speaking against it. Anyone speaking against it, we can give him the floor to talk. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, highly respected colleagues, I am Honorable Obodo Michema, representing Ogbea Federal Constituency of Bayelsa State. Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to come by way of addendum to the last speaker. I want to speak with some level of emphasis, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of proliferation of agencies and institutes in Nigeria. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, like most members have remarked, we never had the privilege of having the bill with us for us to peruse and pinpoint areas But it is true, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is known to most honorable members seated here, that there are enabling laws, there are existing laws that have to do with debt recovery, loan collection, debt recovery in Nigeria. To me, I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, that this will amount to another proliferation or bringing up more and more agencies. When agencies are created, they have to do with funding. They have to do with getting people to man these agencies and all that. I am of the view, Mr. Speaker, with all humility, that even if this will be considered, it should be stepped down for another day and let people have the opportunity, let members, honorable members, have the opportunity of going through this bill so that whatever input we are making, or if we are going ahead to establish this agency or institute, we should be convinced within ourselves that this is right to be done within this period. For me, I think it will amount to conflict of existing laws within our nation. And those laws, to the best of my knowledge, would have been enacted by the National Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Time. You have a right to respond to this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the wonderful observation made by my colleague. My name still remains Timei Adelegbe. The first thing I want to say is that this is not a government agency or an institute. So the issue of spending money or creating other establishment is out of it. Number two, I will expect you, if you have a law that's going against this bill, you still have a window during public hearing to come and quote. I will not allow you to now, I will not tell you now to now tell us the verse in the law that says that negates this. However, you still have a window to address this matter at the public hearing. However, we know that I was expecting somebody to tell me that we have AMCOM, we have this and that. AMCOM is an integral part of debt recovery. There are a lot of things that are left in debt recovery that AMCOM will not handle. All these things will be sorted out at the public hearing. So if there's no need, there's no qualification in all these things. It's an industry that I grew up, that I know very well. AMCOM is an integral part of it. It doesn't involve government. It's a regulation of the proliferation of debt recovery across board in the country. Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, honorable colleagues, I think we have heard from him. It's not an agency, it's an organization. It's not affected by what our last speaker has said. Without any prejudice, we'll put the question for those who are convinced that it's good to go, and those who are not convinced that it should be stepped down. So I will go ahead and put the question. Those in support of this bill be read for the second time. Say aye. Aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Mr. Clark.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. A bill for an act to establish Institute of Debt Recovery Practitioners of Nigeria to train, regulate, license, and exercise control over the occupation of collection and recovery of debt, levies, fees, or remuneration by registered debt collectors and for related matters. Second reading.
Bill referred to the Committee on Commerce for further legislative action. The third order of the day is a motion on rescission of the Nigerian Peace Corps Establishment Bill 2023, standing in the name of Honorable Francis E. Waebe. Honorable Waebe is hereby invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Francis A. Jirogane Waebe is my name, and I represent the entire people of Ugele North, Ugele South, and Udu. I am from Delta State, and by the leave of Mr. Speaker, Chairman, Rules and Business Committee of the House, on which platform I move this motion. Rescission on the Nigerian Peace Corps Establishment Bill 2023, HB 309 and 482. The House knows that the Nigerian Peace Corps Establishment Bill 2023 was
Honorable
read
Bob,
the third time.
Honorable Bob, can you stand up for recognition, please? Stand up for recognition. No, no, no. Just for us to see you, you can sit down.
Was read the third time and passed on Thursday, 12th October 2023. Also notes that after the passage of the bill, new facts emerged that will strengthen the functions and operational structure of the corps. Appreciates the need to rescind this decision on the bill and recommit it to the Committee of the Whole for reconsideration. The House resolves to recommit the bill to the Committee of the Whole. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Honorable Board, can you second?
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Solomon Bob. I'm from River State. By the special privilege of the Speaker, I stand to second the motion, very ably moved by one of our distinguished colleagues, which name I don't understand, I don't remember. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This bill is committed to the Committee of the Whole. The fourth order of the day is a motion on the reconstruction of electricity supply to Shinkafi, Zurmi Federal Constituency of Zamfara State by the Kaduna Electricity Distribution Company, standing in the name of Honorable Bello Hassan Shinkafi. Honorable Shinkafi is hereby invited to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chinkafi is not on the floor at the moment. I seek your leave, the leave of the House for the motion to be stepped down.
Motion stepped down by the leave of the House. The fifth order of the day is a motion on the need for the Federal Civil Service to establish independent health maintenance organization, standing in the name of Honorable Adedayo Adeshola Samuel. Honorable Samuel is hereby invited to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I will seek your indulgence to inform members that when you're on the notice paper on a particular day and all the matters on that day are stepped down, automatically all those matters on that day will be taken the next legislative day. That is the practice. And so yesterday we had the sectorial debates, and what was on the notice paper for yesterday automatically moves to today. And we had sent the notice paper ahead. Even the other paper we also sent to individuals who are on the notice paper. So I want to plead, if for instance you know that you are on the notice paper for Wednesday, that is today, it means you will now be on the other paper for tomorrow, Thursday. That is the practice. We want to educate our members on this. Mr. Speaker, on that basis, I want to plead that this motion again be stepped down. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Motion stepped down by the leave of the House. The fifth order of the day is a motion on the need, the sixth order of the day is a motion on a call to investigate revenue leakages and non-remittance of revenues generated through remitter platform, standing in the names of Honorable Jeremiah Umaru and one other honorable member. Honorable Umaru is hereby invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, highly respected colleagues. Jeremiah Umaru ACA is my name. I represent Akwanga, Nasarawa, Egon, Wamba Federal Constituency. I am from Nasarawa State. The motion is jointly moved by my friend and brother, Honorable Jafaru Gamboleko,
on the need to call to investigate revenue leakages and non-remittances of revenues generated through remitter platform. The House notes that Nigeria is not experiencing an expenditure issue, but rather a revenue issue. Also note that Remitter is a software from financial service platform owned by System Specs, which is a private company in charge of managing government revenues. It has served as a gateway for the Treasury single account of the federal government since 2012, though fully adopted in 2015 and used in the collection of government revenues over the years. Aware that over 8.7 trillion naira had been processed through the platform before the deployment of the software. The Nigerian government had over 15,000 bank accounts operated by ministries, departments, and agencies. The proliferation of accounts has moved from deposit money banks to Central Bank of Nigeria, allowing MDAs to create multiple sub-accounts, thereby negating the TSA policy of the federal government. Cognizant that the TSA system has created a cashless economy, transparency, and effective tracking of cash assets with attendant accountability, it has not indeed fully blocked leakages and abuses of the proliferation of CBN sub-accounts. Also aware that 1% of the fund collected is charged as commission for making use of the platform and share among System Specs, deposit money banks, and Central Bank of Nigeria in the ratio of 50, 40, and 10, respectively. This is alarming and unacceptable. Worry that despite the benefit and reasons for onboarding the remitter platform, the rate of revenue leakages is worrisome, apart from non-compliance substantively with standard operating procedures and other allied service level agreements signed by parties. Disturbed that if this scenario continues unabated, the government will continue to experience a revenue shortfall, and this will prevent the government from meeting the rising need, the rising demand for good governance and infrastructural development from citizens. Concerned that a larger percentage of deposit money bank has formed the habit of delay in onward remittance or sweeping of revenues collected to Central Bank of Nigeria. The House resolves to mandate the Committee on Public Accounts to investigate revenue leakages through remitter platform and non-compliance substantively with standard operating procedures and other allied service level agreements signed among deposit money banks, Office of the Accountant General, System Spec, Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, and the Central Bank of Nigeria, and report within 6 weeks for further legislative action. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable Kabiru, the Palace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, Kabiru Amadou Palace is my name. I represent the entire people of Usos Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Zamfara State. I rise to second the motion heavily moved by Honorable Jeremiah. I so second. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Maki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues. I'm Abubakar Maki Eleman. I'm from Jigawa State. I represent Madam Dori Kaugama Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, my amendment is, instead of this motion to move to the public account, already we have standing committees that supervise Central Bank and other banks. This motion should be moved to them. It's after investigation, when they report to the House, then if necessary, public account can come in. Because anything public account has to do with an audited issue, because now at investigating level, so we should allow those committees to exercise their own jurisdiction, sir. I so move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, before I call for seconder, did this motion requested for any ad hoc? I thought he is asking for the committee to, for us to mandate the committee on public accounts. So what is your issue? You think that public account shouldn't be the right committee to investigate? That is your prayer, to remove public accounts and put what?
Mr. Speaker, to put at least banking regulation and finance. Yes.
What and what? Which committees?
Banking regulation, because it relates to central bank, and also finance.
Let us be clear on the committees you want to recommend for substitution.
Sir, I said banking regulation and finance.
And finance.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, honorable colleagues, you have heard what the amendment is all about. To delete public accounts and put banking regulation and committee on finance. So any seconder to this motion, to this amendment? Seconder first. Yes, honorable, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Olufemi Ogubanwo. I represent Ijebu Ode, Odogbolu, Ijebu Northeast Federal Constituency. I rise to second the amendment as moved by my honorable colleague. Thank you.
Those in support of this amendment should say aye. Those against should say nay. The nays have it. Any more amendments? Osby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Ugono Siribo. I'm from Imo State. I represent the great people of Funkwere, Isu, Wangala, and Njaba Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring an amendment to this, to the prayers of this motion. Mr. Speaker, the subject matter is about remittance. And I believe because it's about remittance, we should confer it and refer it to Committee on Digital and Electronic Banking. Banking regulation is for regulating the CBN, while remittance deals with digital banking. So I pray that, Mr. Speaker, this Honorable House will accept that we mandate the Committee of Digital and Electronic Banking to look into this matter. Thank you, Mr.
Are you recommending inclusion or deleting public account and substituting?
No, deleting
You need to specify so that
on
members will be accordingly guided.
Mr. Speaker, you should read Committee on Digital and Electronic Banking and Committee on Finance to look at it. It's not banking regulation.
Any seconder to this motion? Any seconder? Yes, Honorable, go ahead.
My name is Honorable Yusuf Ahmed Doro, member representing.
Order, please, order.
Yes,
Honorable Shagaya, I've made you the monitor for these young parliamentarians. If anyone talks, it is you.
Your Excellency, my name is Honorable Yusuf Ahmed Doro, member representing Bidamani Federal Constituency of Katsina State. I rise to second the motion, the amendment by my colleague, which is this motion should be investigated by Committee of Banking and Digital Banking and Committee of Finance. I so second.
Those in support.
Point of order.
Yes, what's your point of order, Pastor?
Thank you very much. I come under order 8 to 5. Distinguished Honorable Speaker, you agree with me that there's actually a provision in our order that anything that has been, any subject matter that has been put to vote and the issue is taken on it, there is no need for us to revisit it. The motion was earlier moved here that public accounts should be deleted and finance and banking regulation should be brought in, and the House already subjected it to motion and the issue has been taken in that regard. Taking us to this
No, we have not hit the gather.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It was
I've
not
made my case.
actually seconded. It was not, I didn't put the question. Oh, I put the question, but we didn't actually take position on that. So I think what you are saying does not make sense here. Okay? Thank you. On this particular amendment, is it point of order? On this particular one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think there is need for guidance, Mr. Speaker. My name is Otumba Ademumi Oriyomi Ononuga. I just need to, I'd like to guide us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Yeyoba Otumba Ademumi Oriyomi Ononuga. I represent the fabulously united people of Ikene, Shagamu, and Remo North. I am from Ogun State, and I'd just like to guide us, sir. The Public Accounts Committee is an auditing committee. It does not mean that it cannot do investigations, but it's better if the investigation is done by the committee that matter concerns. The Digital Banking Committee is in line because Remita is a digital platform. It will be in line for them to investigate this matter, and then PAC can now audit what the investigation has been done. If we just kill this bill or this motion because we are being sentimental, it would not be nice for the motion itself. I think it's important that we understand what PAC is supposed to do, and the digital banking, is it digital banking? Digital banking committee should do, which this one actually falls under their purview. That's just the explanation I wanted to give, sir.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Your observation is noted. I think we already have a motion that has been seconded, unless if you think that putting the question will jeopardize whatever you want to say. Otherwise, I think we can go ahead and just put the question and hear what people will say, our members will say in respect of this amendment. So those in support of this amendment should say aye. Those against should say nay.
I think we should be guided.
The nays have it. So can we go ahead and put the question? Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. So this motion is referred to the Committee on Public Accounts. Okay, please, my attention has been drawn to the period of time that this investigation is proposed to take place. It is proposing 6 weeks, and I will use my own powers to reduce it to 4, which is what we have in our standing rules. So please take note, the mover, that your investigation is going to only be limited to a maximum of 4 weeks. Thank you. The seventh order of the day is a motion on the need to control Ibioma Ikewe Goli erosion in Inkwere, Isu Nwangele, in Jaba, Federal Constituency, standing in the name of Honorable Ogona Ozuribe. Honorable Ogona is hereby invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. Once again, my name is Ugona Oziribo. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Imo State, representing the great people of Nkwere, Isu, Nwangele, and Njaba Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, with me is a motion on the need to control Ibome Ekwe, Gully erosion in Nkwere, Isu, Nwangele, and Njaba Federal Constituency.
Honorable Kaoji, can you please sit down? This is not an agricultural farm.
The House should know that gully erosions in Nigeria have significantly impacted buildings, farmlands, livelihoods, and access roads, causing significant loss of developmental infrastructure and significant damage to communities. The House is aware.
Order, please. Order.
The House is aware that Ibomekwe community in Nkwere, Isu, Nwangele, Njaba, Federal Constituency of Imo State,
Prince Osawaru,
is experiencing catastrophic
order, please. Order in the House.
Causing massive gullies from Obiora, Umutimoha, Ihunike, Mbazu to Ibome Ekwe.
Honorable Deko. Please take your
destroying
seat.
access roads and posing great dangers as highlighted in the recent Nigerian Television Authority NTA visit and documentary. The House is also aware that Ibom-Ekwe erosion is primarily caused by rainwater fall from Amibo, Amaju, and Isunjaba communities, which can be reversed with careful management to prevent potential quakes. The House is concerned that farmers in the community face challenges in accessing markets due to this gully erosion, which has washed away farmlands and destroyed roads. This ongoing problem will continue, causing continued suffering, fatalities, and spreading to other areas. The House recognizes that urgent control of gully erosion in Ibom-Ekwe, in Nkwere, Isu, Wangala, Njaba Federal Constituency will alleviate fears, anxiety, dangers, and trauma from families and communities affected by the erosion. Let this Honorable House do resolve to urging the Ecological Fund Office under the Secretary to the Federal Government of the Federation to immediately commence the control of Ibom-Ekwe gully erosion at Nkwerisu, Wangele, and Njaba Federal Constituency. Also, all the federal ministries of finance, budget, and national planning to release funds for the control of Ibom-Ekwe gully erosion in Nkwerisu, Wangele, and Njaba Federal Constituency, and as well mandate the committees on ecological fund and finance to ensure compliance. Mr. Speaker, I so moved.
Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Shinkafi? So that I can make my offense lighter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker of the 10th House of Assembly, honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Velas Shinkafi. I rise to support the motion ably moved by my honorable colleague. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committee on Ecological Funds and Committee on Finance. Honorable colleagues, the fifth order of the day is a motion on the need to construct pedestrian bridges along Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, standing in the name of Honorable Tolupe Akande Shadipe. Honorable Akande Shadipe is hereby invited to move the motion.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the floor. This is a motion, by myself, Honorable Tolulope Akande Shadipe, representing Oluyole Federal Constituency in Oyo State. This motion is on the need to construct pedestrian bridges along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. The House notes that Nigeria's population growth and economic development require improved transportation infrastructure, which can only be achieved through investments in roads, railways, aviation, shipping, and inland waterways. Aware that in 1960, Ibadan, Oyo State was known as the largest city in West Africa, and by 2022 United Nations data, it had become the third largest city in the world. The Lagos-Ibadan Expressway goes through the two most highly populated sections of the city. Observes that there's an unavoidable need to cross the highway to access schools, homes, workplaces, and markets. This undervalues the safety of pedestrians and drivers, as there's a daily high rate of fatal accidents recorded. Hence, there's an urgent need for the construction of pedestrian bridges, which is currently non-existent. Concerned that the ongoing construction of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, despite safety implications and ongoing advocacy, pedestrian bridges have been neglected by stakeholders, and the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway has become a death trap. Cognizant that the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway is a trunk A road and requires pedestrian bridges at the following locations: Technical University, Tollgate Ibadan, Felele Ibadan, Soka Ibadan, Sonyo Ibadan, Boluwaji Ibadan, Academy Ibadan, Eleruku Ibadan, 2 bridges between Muslim and Olorun-Shogo Ibadan, 2 bridges between Olorun-Shogo and Oremeji bridges, 3 bridges between Oremeji and Iwo Road, 3 bridges between Iwo Road and General Gas Bridge, and 5 bridges between General Gas and Ojo. Cognizant of the need to construct pedestrian bridges along this expressway to save lives, reduce the sufferings of commuters, particularly school children, and maintain the economic viability of these highly populated areas. So I urge the House, thereby to resolve to urge the Federal Ministry of Works to make provision for the construction of pedestrian bridges in the locations mentioned above in the 2024 budget estimates, and mandate the Committee on Works and Appropriations to ensure compliance. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Any seconder? This is an infrastructure-related motion, does not require any debate. Is there anyone that has a white horse to fly us? Anyone with a white horse can please second.
Mr. Speaker, there are only 2 horse riders in these chambers. My name is Gaza Jonathan Befi, and I represent the people of Karu, Kefi Kokona Federal Constituency of Nasarawa State. I'm a horse rider of the Social Democratic Party. And I rise to second the motion ably moved by my colleague and friend, Honorable Shadipe of Oyo State. I so move.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committee on Works. A is a motion on call on the Nigerian Correctional Service to account for inmates that escaped from Kuje Custodial Facility, standing in the name of Honorable Emmanuel Upon Udo. Honorable Udo is hereby invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, my honorable colleagues. My name is Dr. Emmanuel Upon Udo. I represent Ikonini Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to move a motion on the call on the Nigerian Correctional Service to account for inmates that escaped from Kuje Custodial Facility. The House notes that on July 5, 2022, a jailbreak in Abuja's Kuje Medium Custodial Facility resulted in 879 inmates, including 64 Boko Haram terrorists, fleeing with 422 remaining unrecovered or unrecaptured by security agencies. Aware that the Nigerian Correctional Service requires a comprehensive report on inmate incidents and methods to trace inmates and perpetrators.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Please, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, this motion that has been taken now on the issue of the correctional service of the escaped inmate in Kuje, if you can remember the last assembly, there is a committee that time constituted by the last assembly, the 9th assembly, on this particular issue. And it was deliberated in the House, and the committees have submitted their report, and the report has been adopted in this particular House on the same motion he was trying to raise. So I don't think there is need to bring something that has been deliberated in this particular House to this House again, since it's the same institution and it's the same aims and it's the same motives.
Honorable colleague, are you aware that there was a similar committee constituted and there was a report on that? So what additional input do you require beyond what has been submitted and probably actions? What I would have advised, if you are aware, is to ensure that the report should be referred back to the new committee for implementation rather than investigating.
Mr. Speaker, the same UDOC was in the same House the last assembly where this was to be.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay. Honourable Speaker, I do resolve that the report, as stated by my colleague, which I'm not aware, I was the Deputy Chairman of Interior at that time, the report be referred back to the committees listed for implementation. My Speaker, yeah.
Okay. Honorable colleagues, you have heard the amendment proposed that instead of giving the committee to investigate, let the report of the 9th Assembly Committee be referred to the committee for further legislative action. So I put the question, or seconder to this. Any seconder first? I think Honorable Kaoji should second. After correcting him, he should be the one to second. Even though I've always been wanting to restrict him to only things that have relationship with rural areas and farms.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Bello Kaoje. I represent the good people of Bagudo and Suru. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion as amended. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion as amended should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to Committee on Reformatory Institutions, Interior and Police Affairs. The 10th order of the day is a motion on the need to control flooding along Galma Dam in Kubo local government area of Kaduna State, standing in the name of Honorable Aliyu Mustafa Abdullahi. Honorable Mustafa is hereby invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Aliyu Mustafa Abdullahi. I represent the whole of Nigeria, Mr. Speaker, starting from the good and peaceful people of Ikara and Kubo Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Kaduna State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a motion on the need to control flooding along Galma Dam in Kubo local government area of Kaduna State. The House notes that in 2013, the Galma River was dredged to enhance the outflow of water to the Galma multipurpose dam. At 35% completion of the dam, a flooding occurred, submerging 5 villages in Kubo local government area, namely Ruwan Sanyi, Gaja Gaja, Masoba, Danghai, and Kurama, causing significant damages and losses. Also note that in 2016, at 100% completion of phase 1 of the dam, the river overflowed its banks again, took over farmlands and major access roads linking communities with Anchau by Yadi Junction along Jos Road. Concerned that a journey meant for about 10 minutes across the river now takes 2 hours to get to Anchau, the commercial town in the area. This has brought extreme hardship to residents in accessing healthcare centers and markets, as well as travelers from different states, including Plateau and Kano states. Worried that during challenging times, many residents have forced to seek alternative livelihoods due to their inability to cultivate their farmlands. Also worried that most of the areas are lowland, meaning that if appropriate measures are not taken, these areas are prone to flooding at any time, which can cause severe loss of life and destruction of houses, farmlands, and farm produce. Aware that the Federal Executive Council approved 16.5 billion for the augmentation of phase 2 of Galma Dam in 2017, which involves irrigation and additional structure that will control flooding and contribute to the overall economic development of the region. But work has yet to commence. The House resolves to urge the Federal Ministry of Water Resources to expedite the construction of irrigation canals to redirect excess water from the dam to prevent overflowing and further damage to farmland and road networks. Also urge the Federal Road Maintenance Agency to allocate funds in the 2024 budget estimate for the rehabilitation of access roads to link the affected communities to ease the problem of transportation. Mandate the committees on water resources, FEMA, and legislative compliance to ensure compliance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Any seconder? Kachia? No, sorry. Ajile Soro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Taufik Abimbola Ajilesoro, a member representing Ife Federal Constituency in Osun State. I am from the source, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motions as moved by my fellow colleagues. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to Committee on Water Resources, Federal Road Maintenance Agency, and Legislative Compliance. The 11th order of the day is a motion on the need to investigate the implementation of corporate social responsibility by multinational oil companies and other corporate bodies in the South-South zone. Standing in the name of Honorable Billy F. Osawuru, Honorable Billy is hereby invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My distinguished, understanding, and cooperative colleagues. My name remains Chief Dr. Billy Famous Adesuwa Osawaru. I represent the good people of Orionwo Onwode Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud Benin chief from Edo State. Mr. Speaker, my motion is on the need to investigate the implementation of corporate social responsibility CSR by the multinational oil companies and other corporate bodies in the South-South zone. The House notes that the South-South zone is predominantly farmers and fishermen primarily trading seafood, such as fish, shrimps, oysters, snails, crabs, and periwinkles. They rely on water bodies and forest vegetation for their livelihood. Aware that the South-South zone of Nigeria is host to multinational oil companies and other corporate bodies with different packages of corporate social responsibilities due to its huge natural resource reserve, particularly of oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, he is also aware that the CSRO packages are intended to address the socio-economic and environmental concerns of the host communities, as oil companies' operations have led to land degradation, population, poor agricultural output, water depletion, and health issues. Mr. Speaker, the House is worried that the multinational oil companies and other corporate bodies operating in the zone create an impression of compliance with corporate social responsibility and development rules by the release of funds from a charitable view for the execution of some social development programs as against the provision of Petroleum Industrial Act 2021, particularly Chapter 3, Section 234 to 240, subsection 2. But these projects/programs do not in any way address the well-being and livelihood needs of the people. Mr. Speaker, we are concerned that the zone's environmental degradation, insecurity, poverty, and unemployment are largely due to failure of CSRO implementation due to corruption and the charitable approach of oil companies. Mr. Speaker, the House resolves to mandate the Committees on Corporate Social Responsibilities and Niger Delta Development Commission to liaise with the Ministry of Petroleum Resources to ensure that multinational oil companies in the South-South zone comply with relevant sections of the Petroleum Industry Act 2021, particularly Chapter 3, Section 234 to 240, subsection 2. And 2, also mandate the committees of Corporate Social Responsibility, Niger Delta Development Commission, and host communities to investigate the activities of multinational oil and other corporate bodies on the implementation of corporate social responsibility to the host communities and report back within 4 weeks for further legislative action. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Yes, Honorable?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my respected colleagues. My name is Honorable Adam Hashim Ranga, representing the good people of Ningiwarji Federal Constituency from Bauchi State. I stand this afternoon to scan the motion ably moved by my honorable colleague. I so move. I so scan. Sorry.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committees on Corporate Social Responsibility, Niger Delta Commission, and host communities.
The Speaker must be heard in silence. The Speaker must be heard in silence.
Thank you, dears. The 12th order of the day is a motion on the need to expedite action on completion of the Ogomosho Power Station, standing in the name of Honorable Olamijiolo Ayodeji Alao Akala. Honorable Akala is hereby invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Azaza, honorable colleagues, I am Olamijuwonlo Ayodeji Alao Akala. I represent Nigerians from Ogomosho North, South, Orire Federal Constituency of Oyo State. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to raise a motion on the need to expedite action on completion of the Ogomosho Power Station. Mr. Speaker, the House knows that the modern society relies on energy, particularly electricity, for economic growth. Disruptions in power distribution can hamper vital services like healthcare and livelihoods, impacting immediate community activities and posing risks. Also note Ogomosho Town, a significant economic hub in southwest Nigeria, has a population of about 1.7 million residents and significantly contributes to the country's gross domestic product, that's the GDP. Concerned that the federal government initiated a 13-year project to light up communities in Ogomosho with a 2 times 60 MVA, 132 by 33 kVA substation. However, the transmission station project has lingered over the years with no completion in sight. Aware that the Transmission Company of Nigeria, an agency under the Ministry of Power, is responsible for providing essential transmission infrastructure between GENCOs and DISCOs feeder substations. Recognizes that the project is highly recommended as it will boost economic growth, national development, and effective financial management. The House resolves to urge the Ministry of Power and its agencies to prioritize periodic transformer maintenance, refurbish older units, and focus on corrective maintenance to extend the lifespan of transmission resources. Also urge the Ministry of Power to include the completion of the project in the 2024 project estimates, and 3, mandate the Committee on Power to investigate the circumstances surrounding the delay in the project and report back within 6 weeks for further legislative action. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Honorable Badao?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, Badao Ahmed is my name, representing Shannon Bagway Federal Constituency. I'm from Kano State. Mr. Speaker, I stand to second the motion heavily raised by honorable colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so second.
This is a utility bill related motion, so we'll just go ahead and put the question. Those in support of this motion should say aye. Aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committee on Power. The 13th order of the day is a motion on the need to suspend the increment of DSTV/GoTV packages by the multi-choice group, standing in the name of Honorable Umar Shehu Ajilo. Honorable Ajilo is hereby invited to move the motion.
Thank you, the People's Speaker, the Ian Zazo. My name is Umar Ajilo, member representing the very good people of Makarapikudan Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I am from Kaduna State. My dear colleagues, my motions today is the need to suspend the recent increment of DSTV GoTV package by the multi-choice group. The House note that the incessant rise in the cost of living occasioned by the constant hike in price of goods and services, drilling the incomes and loss of small and medium businesses in the country. Also note that prevailing economic hardship resulting from political and economic factors that have made life unbearable to the common man with far-reaching effects that are yet to be addressed. Mr. Speaker, also worried that the exorbitant increase in the DSTV and GoTV package tariffs from 24,000 to 29,000 and from 16,000 to 19,000 for the premiums and Comfort Plus package, respectively, at this challenging period. Mr. Speaker, further note that they exacerbate the sufferings of Nigerians given the increasing pressure on households' budget, rising costs of basics living, essentials income, stagnations, and others. Mr. Speaker worries that these unacceptable and arbitrary increments by the multi-choice Nigerians represented the second price hikes within the last 6 months, and the first one is 1st of May 2023, and the second one is 6th of November 2023, coming amid the prevailing economic hardship and excruciating poverty in the country. Mr. Speaker, the House resolved that urge the Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy to intervene, halt, and reverse the increments in DSTV and GoTV tariff by the multi-choice groups, and also mandate the Committee on Communications to interface with the multi-choice group to address the regiment increase in tariff. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I so move. Thank you.
Honorable Jafar Uleko.
Your Excellency, Right Honorable Speaker, my respected colleagues, my name is Honorable Jafar Uleko. I speak for and on behalf of good people of Bogoro, Das, and Tafa Balea. I'm from Bauchi State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I rise this afternoon to second the motion heavily moved by my honorable colleague. I so second.
Amendment. Amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Gaza, you want to amend? Please go ahead.
Our standing rules, section 57, subsection 57, subsection 2. First and foremost, the committee mandated, let me read, Committee on Information, National Orientation, Ethics, and Values. The committee's jurisdiction shall cover subsection M, oversight of the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission. This particular establishment is under the purview of the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission. Thereby, it's supposed to be the Committee on Information and National Orientation to oversight it. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, Mnet or multi-choice are a private company, thereby subject to market forces. So my correction would be to amendment rather to urge the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission to dialogue with regards reversing the increase in DSTV/GoTV tariffs by multi-choice group. So these are my two amendments. I so move.
Thank you. The mover, I'm sure you're aware that we are a capitalist system, and the motion you have moved is in respect of a private entity. And our jurisdiction, I think, to the best of my ability, is not to compare. We can go by way of imploring, dialoguing, and other means of making them to understand the need to review actions or intentions they want to do that we feel that is not in the interest of the public. So let us put this particular amendment first to be seconded, and then thereafter, if you have any other thing to say, we can give you the floor to do so. So any seconder to these two important adjustments, one in respect of the jurisdiction of the committee that oversights DSTV stroke, is it DSTV and the GoTV? I believe the chairman is it correct that it is true that DSTV and GoTV are under the committee he has mentioned? So any seconder to that particular one? Honorable Shagaya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Honorable Mukhtar Tolani Shagaya. I represent the good people of Ilorin West as a federal constituency. I rise to second the amendment as moved by my leader. I so second.
Those in support of this amendment should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. The second leg of this amendment is in respect of the jurisdiction, the wordings, right? On the prayers to be changed to dialogue rather than to compare, right? Those is any seconder to this particular leg? Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here Zanzao. Honorable colleagues, Kama and Kem Kama is my name. I represent the awesome people of Ohazara, Onitsha and Ivo Federal Constituency. I'm from Ebonyi State. Honorable colleagues, I hereby second the amendment as ably amended by my senior colleague, Honorable Gaza. That's what I meant.
Those in support of this amendment should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Sada, you have another amendment?
No, Mr. Speaker, I just want to contribute on this motion. Mr. Speaker, DSTV or MultiChoice is a company operating in Nigeria under the laws of this country. So therefore, this House has every jurisdiction to talk about what they operate, how they operate in this country. Mr. Speaker, this company is making an attempt to suffocate their customers. I could remember over the years, from 6th Assembly to date, there is no assembly that has not brought the issue of DSTV and their vicious incremental services on Nigerians. And then the position of the House always prevails. This time around, Mr. Speaker, under this condition, I know I'm a subscriber of DSTV. They did not improve their infrastructure. They did not improve their services. They did not review their remuneration to Nigerian staff that are serving them. But over the night, we will wake up, you find how they are suffocating the customers. I think the Consumer Protection Agency of this country should get involved
and regulate them properly. Why? What are the reasons for them coming up with this increment without even bringing it to the public fore? Because they are responsible organization operating under the laws of this country, and therefore they must be responsive to how the economy of Nigerians, how they are feeling. I think our appeal to them is they should not attempt to suffocate Nigerians. This is not what they do in Tanzania. This is not what they do in Kenya. This is not what they do in South Africa. We follow their French sea in these countries. So I think they must not take Nigerians for granted and just overnight.
Order, please. Order.
Just overnight increasing their rates that Nigerians at the tail end of it cannot subscribe. So that's my position, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Without any offense to what you have said, you need to understand that what is not changing in Nigeria today. The price of food you buy today is not the same price you bought yesterday. So it's neither here nor there. The most important thing that we need to do is to encourage more and more people to come into the same industry. Power of competition will almost always regulate prices of this kind of services. If you allow one company to have over-dominance in a particular sector, it becomes something else. So if there is anything we need to really pursue in the course of our own work is to see how we can be able to legislate and encourage more and more companies given similar services to come on board. Thank you. Yours is just an observation, so we go ahead and put the question.
Amendment, sir.
Those in support of this motion as amended should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. The 14th order of the day, sorry, this motion is referred to the Committee on Information and National Orientation. Thank you. The 14th order of the day is a motion on the need to recover decades of unpaid 10% freight levies due to Nigerian Export Promotion Council from Nigeria Maritime Authority. Standing in the name of Honorable Aliyu Bapa Misau, Honorable Misau is hereby invited to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am Aliyu Bapa Misau, FCNA, standing before this House to move a motion for the need to recover decades of unpaid 10% freight levies due to Nigerian Export Promotion Council from the Nigerian Maritime Authority, NIMASA. The House note that the Nigerian Export Promotion Council is the central institution of the federal government of Nigeria responsible for promoting, developing, and diversifying exports. Also note the NEPC amended decree of 1992, note 64, connote that the council should establish and maintain a fund which shall be applied towards the attainment of the council's objectives and from which shall be defrayed all expenditure incurred by the council. Mr. Speaker, sir, also aware that the need and the amended decree clearly state the 10% of all levies on freight collected by the Nigerian Maritime Authority to be paid to NEPC. Mr. Speaker, also be aware that the numerous attempts to recover from NIMASA the colossal amount due to the NEPC on an agency under the Ministry of Industry, Commerce, Investment, Approval aborted, as numerous documented communication from the presidency instructing NIMASA to pay up was ignored. Cognizant of the need of the country to boost our export, to attract both local and international investment, stabilize the currency, strengthen manufacturing and mining sector, create employment opportunities. Also cognizant that NIMASA's refusal to adhere to the laws of the land is tantamount to economic sabotage. Resolved, Mr. Speaker, mandate the Committee on Commerce to investigate and trace the total sum of the backlog accrued over the years and ensure compliance by the Nigerian Maritime Authority, NIMASA, with immediate effect to remit the 10% of the accrued freight levies to the Nigerian Export Promotion Council and prevent NIMASA from further defying national policy. And also mandate Committee on Commerce, Maritime Education, Maritime Safety Education and Administration, and legislative compliance to ensure full compliance, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Any seconder, Honorable Rotimi?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Akin Rotimi Jr., representing Ekiti North 1 Federal Constituency comprising Ikole and Oye local government. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Aliu Bapa Misal. Thank you very much.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committees on Commerce, Maritime Safety Education and Administration, and Legislative Compliance. The 15th order of the day is resumption of consideration of reports of the ad hoc committee on the review of standing orders of the House of Representatives. Honorable members will recall that on Tuesday, 7th November 2023, the House in the Committee of the Whole considered and approved Orders 1 to 20, Rules 1 and 40F, and adjourned consideration of the report. Honorable Garwe will move for the resumption of consideration. Honorable Garwe, if you are around, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My highly respected colleagues, my name is Right Honorable Igariwe Iduma Enwo. I represent...
Before you move, I was just made to understand that we only treated 1 to 18, no 1 to 20. So please, let's take note of that correction. It's 1 to 18, not 1 to 20. Honorable Igariwe, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Right Honorable Speaker. Like I said, I am Right Honorable Igariwe Iduma Enwo. I represent Afikpo and Eda Federal Constituency. I'm from Ebonyi State. Mr. Speaker, my respected colleagues, with respect, I rise to move that the House do consider the report of the ad hoc committee on the review of standing orders of the House and approve recommendations therein. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Abdul Tunji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Rahim Tunji Olawi. I represent the highly industrious people of Igbomina Ekiti. That is Ekiti, Isin, Okero, the Repodun Federal Constituency. I'm from Kwara State. I rise to second the motion moved by my colleague, Honorable Garwe. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Jimmy, can you stand up for recognition? I've never seen you looking like this. You look more like a Hausa prince from Kano. Eh? You're welcome. The 16th order of the day is consideration of 3 reports standing in the name of the House Leader. The Leader will move for their consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My highly respected colleagues, my name is Otumba Yeyoba Adewumi Oriyomi Ononuga. I represent the fabulously united people of Ikene, Shagamu, and Remo North. I am from Ogun State. I stand today to have the House consider the reports on a bill for an act to repeal the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission Act, Cap 7 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission Bill 2023 to grant the Commission enforcement powers in the monitoring of accruals to and disbursement of revenue from the Federation account, and to bring the Act in conformity with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 and for related matters, HBs 471 and 581. Also to consider a bill for an act to amend the Public Procurement Act number 14, 2007 to provide for inclusion of the Nigerian Institute of Architects in the membership of the National Council on Public Procurement, payment of 30% mobilization fee to contractors as well as project consultants, promotion of local content in procurement solicitation, and for related matters, HB 419, and also a bill to consider the report on a bill for an act to amend the Armed Forces Act, Cap A20, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, to foster collaboration between the armed forces and other security agencies in the provision of national security, and establish Armed Forces Human Rights Unit to provide a reporting channel for civilians whose human rights are violated by members of the armed forces, and for related matters, HB 311. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My dear colleagues, Kingsley Chinda, I rise to second the motion as very well moved by the acting House Leader. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Leader, acting Leader, can you move that the House resolve through the Committee of the Whole?
Thank you, Mr.
To consider
Speaker.
these bills and motions. Report,
Thank you,
sorry.
Mr. Speaker. Honorable Otumba Adeomi Ononuga, I hereby move that the House do resolve into the Committee of the Whole to consider these reports. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion that the House do resolve into Committee of the Whole. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. House has resolved through the Committee of the Whole. His Excellency, the Deputy Speaker, is hereby invited to take over.
Honorable colleagues, we are about handling a very important aspect of the life of the 10th Assembly. I will advise that we please sit down. Please sit down. This is a very important aspect of the 10th Assembly. The report to be considered is that of the ad hoc committee on the review of standing orders of the House of Representatives. I invite Honorable Igariwe Enwo to resume consideration of the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in continuation of this consideration of reports, I would like to remind the House that on the 8th of November, this House approved a motion to rescind our earlier decision made on the 7th of November concerning the proposed new Order 5, Rule 3, which deals with emergency sittings of the House. This is contained in page 1 of the report which we are considering. Mr. Chairman, we have reconsidered the concerns of members and wish to propose the following amendments or additions to this new rule as follows. Mr. Chairman, with your kind permission, let me read out the 3 new additions which we think will make this new proposal more agreeable to members.
Remind me again, it's Order 5.3?
Yes, Order 5, Rule 3. It's a new provision we are proposing, which on the first day, on the 7th, this House wasn't comfortable with it. The next day, there was a motion to rescind it based on a reconsideration of the importance of that particular provision.
Okay, go ahead. What is the new proposition now?
So we want to propose Order 5 Rule 3A. One is definition of emergency. One of the concerns on the 7th was members said, what do we really define as emergency? So we have now come out with a definition of emergency. Emergency situation shall include natural disaster, technological failure or threat of war, serious risk of public health and safety, or a situation that threatens catastrophic destruction or damage to public property. So this is our definition of emergency situation.
So is this going to be, in the interpretation section of the order?
Exactly. It's going to form part of the interpretation provision for the new Order 5 Rule 3. So we are going to have A, which is definition of emergency, which is what I just went through now. Order 5 Rule 3B will be the mode of meeting. How will this House meet under an emergency situation as we propose? The mode of
that was missing in the first proposal.
Yes.
So you are including it now?
Exactly.
Okay,
we want the House to now consider this ABC we are proposing now. The first being the definition of emergency. The second one being the mode of meeting. I think these were the 3 key things members wanted a clearer picture on. So if we agree on this definition of emergency, I will suggest that we approve it.
Okay. So the proposal is that having rescinded the former position on this, you have come with an amendment to it which cleared the gray areas that affected the acceptance of the House on that. Emergency and what it entails have been well defined, and the mode of calling for such meeting has been well defined. Once again, I want you to speak to the mic and let us know what that mode is in clear terms, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please, I want people to increase the volume. I want members to be hearing clearly. Go ahead.
So, having defined emergency, we are now defining under Order 5 Rule 3B. There's a proposed Order 5 Rule 3B, mode of meeting. And it says, the House may meet in a hybrid or of virtual and in-person proceedings. And the Speaker, following consultation with appropriate officials and the House leaders, may determine if emergency proceedings are required. That is the mode of meeting.
Yeah, that's good. That is in line with our standing rule. I don't think 1-2. It's clear that the Speaker, has the discretion to waive others of this House to, handle any proceedings the way he deems will be for the benefit of the House. And the spirit of that particular 1-2 is reflected in this mode that you're proposing, I guess. I don't know if anybody has anything against it, or any seconder. Any seconder to it? Alaji Jimmy?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Mr. Chairman.
I must say this is the beauty of Nigeria. The varieties our diversity offers to us is actually a blessing and not a curse. Today you are appearing as an Hausa man. Tomorrow you could appear as a Yoruba man, and next tomorrow I expect to see my red cap
I do that
on your head. Although I've seen you wearing it before.
Exactly.
And that is what I'm practicing, because we can unify the country through our mode of dressing. I like what I'm seeing.
Thank you, sir.
Alhaji Sanu.
Thank you, Sanu. Yeah, Kiki. Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, I remain Baba Jimmy Benson, representing the good people of Ikorodu Federal Constituency. Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the motion, ably moved by Honorable Igariwe. Permit me to also raise an observation, sir. I think his proposal, sir, should be embedded in the rules rather than in the Interpretation Act. Because by putting it in the rule book itself, there's more legal teeth. It's stronger than if it's embedded in the Interpretation Act.
I totally agree with you.
Thank you, sir.
That beyond explaining it in the interpretation aside of the House standard rules, it should be, that explanation should be given within the body of the standard order of the House. The motion has been seconded, and I want to put the question. Honorable Sada, wait. Those in support of this amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Sada, wait. I hope you are not speaking on this.
Mr. Chairman.
We are finished with that.
No, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
You know the gavel has gone down.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
But, Mr. Chairman, this is a very, very important aspect. Mr. Chairman, I'm a product of this institution from far back as 1992. Mr. Chairman, I visited and I took training to about 15 parliaments around this world. Mr. Chairman, when I was chairman interparliamentary, I visited over 50 parliaments around this world. Mr. Chairman, I have studied this proposal in this rule. That is nowhere, anywhere in the parliament around the world you have this. Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to avoid this House getting trapped into the hands of a very strong speaker that will use this rule and bog this country into a serious parliamentary logjam. We must be, I'm not opposed to this, but we must define it properly so that there are stop gaps. Mr. Chairman, when you conduct the proceedings of a parliament in a bicameral country, whereby the other chamber did not accept this proposition, what do you do? So you must do this. You must have synergy with other chamber so that you synchronize the position that you are going to take. So in an event you take a decision in a hybrid or in an electronic fashion, the position will scale through. But whereby you take a position, the House takes a position in a hybrid position when there is an emergency, and then the Senate is stuck where do we go? So
All
you
right.
must
All right.
synchronize.
Thank you. I think before I say something,
I'm
let
not
us
averse
give
to this.
let us give right of reply to the chairman of the alcohol committee, and also I would like the minority leader to speak on that, and then House Business and Rules. Let us deliberate on it.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I think what we are doing now is purely...
I think you actually, on the second thought, I think you should speak after others have spoken.
That's
so
all right.
Please sit down.
All right.
Let me have the minority leader say something, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my dear colleagues, Kingsley Chinda. I have listened with attention the position of our brother and colleague, Honorable Sada. But I want to say that what we are doing is practiced in other parliaments. I've gone to the British Parliament. In fact, I was there in the office of my guest, and he was participating at plenary. So if we say hybrid, what we are talking about could also apply in Nigeria. And besides, life is dynamic. Change is one thing that is constant. And if you look at our country today, it is only this arm of government that has not gone virtual. The executive, they have the executive meeting, that's executive council meeting, virtually sometimes, when the need arises. Today, the recent decisions that the courts delivered, some of the judgments were delivered virtually. These are things that ordinarily would appear to be impossible in the past, particularly that a judge will deliver judgment virtually. Perhaps people would have stood against it for fear of the unknown yesterday. So I want to encourage us, and particularly our very senior colleague, Sada, that there's always a beginning to everything. Our rules are not exactly the same with that of Senate. There are some differences. We believe that if we set the pace, Senate will follow suit. So what we are doing today, it's a landmark. It's also in tandem with our House agenda that we are going to introduce e-Parliament. So I thank the committee for this wonderful work and pray that we follow.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Let me hear from the Chairman, Rules and Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Agreed that as at 1992 and thereabout, there will be no need for such a provision. But life after COVID has moved on, and other parliaments in other jurisdictions have begun to evolve and create such platforms. The Canadian Parliament, after COVID, just at the tail end of COVID, is recorded to have had some virtual meetings. And nothing stops us from going in that direction. I have read the standing orders of the Senate and that of the House. There are areas where there are differences presently and is allowed. Even in my committee, the jurisdiction of the Senate Committee on Rules and Business is wider than the jurisdiction in the House. So nothing prevents there being differences. Rather, we set the pace we can, and then the Senate can follow suit. I think the definition given by the committee is such that it will be clear and no speaker will be able to go beyond those conditions that are clearly spelled out in the provisions.
Thank you.
So I move that we retain the recommendation of the ad hoc committee. I so move.
Thank you. Alaji Jimmy, you still want to say something? After that, Gaza.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Wavy has captured a bit of what I tried to say. But however, the day we stop learning, the day we stop being dynamic, is the day we die. I agree with what Honorable Sada has said in a minute way. But however, Honorable Garraway talked about condition precedent to having emergency and temporary sittings. He listed emergency, and everywhere in the world, when there are force majeure, when there are issues of emergency, there are special ways of waving. In contracts, when there's force majeure, you bend backwards and do things in a different manner. The parliament shouldn't be any different from this. If there are emergencies, if there are force majeure issues, if there are health issues of a grand effect, it is right, it is appropriate to find a way, a nimble way of making the parliament work. I don't think it makes the speaker authoritarian or autocratic in any way, shape, or form. So I align my views with my...
All right, thank you very much. Guys, this will be the last one on this.
Thank you,
please.
Mr. Chairman, for yielding the floor. Gather Jonathan Befi. I do appreciate the dynamic nature of the world is evolving. The way it's evolving, the dynamic nature of the world is evolving. However, we must equally...
Just 1 minute. I will encourage members to sit and be part of this work we are doing. This is one of the most critical aspects of the 10th Assembly. It's not a joke. You are cooking what others are going to eat. It's better for you to be in the kitchen so that you know how we added salt and pepper. And you'll be able to explain to others the legislative intention of the drafters, which you are now one of the drafters, not just the ad hoc committee, because after now it's before us, it's no longer the responsibility of the ad hoc committee. I encourage you to be patient and wait and make your contributions where necessary. Please, briefly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We must be very careful and deliberate in putting stopgaps and protective measures when it comes to the use of virtual technology. AI was wishful thinking in the past. Today, AI is the next thing that is going to rule the world. And you might want to put up a virtual meeting and 80% of the people you are conversing with are not even the actual people. You never know how far we can go, especially with regards to the decision that is to be made. So I really want to implore the committee to take a back seat and liaise with Committee on Information Technology to bring in some clauses in the interpretation stage on procedure that will be employed when we're going to employ a virtual sitting. It could equally be restricted to voting probably on some particular things that are not extremely sensitive, so that we do not have a situation where the information that we're embracing will become our Waterloo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think this the final suggestion on this. Let's have the right of reply from the chairman of the House Committee, Honorable Enwo, please.
Can we do amendments?
Thank you, Chairman. Chair, let me make it very abundantly clear that this is a completely harmless provision. What do we do here? We are lawmakers. And what's the process of our lawmaking? This is a bicameral legislature that we run. This House alone cannot make law. It will take the House of Representatives and the Senate to make law. So what is the basis of any fear? There is no amount of meeting we make here, no amount of resolution, no amount of bills that we pass here that will transmute to laws. It's not possible. It will still go to the Senate. It will still go to Mr. President by virtue of Section 58 for assent. So there is no basis. All we are trying to do is to make sure that this House is not paralyzed in the event of an emergency, that the people we represent have a voice in the event of an emergency. So it's just a provision like any other provision in our rules. There is no provision that is not subject to abuse. So if we restrict ourselves to the possibility of abuse, then we cannot make progress. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, this is completely harmless. It is merely about innovation. And let me thank all of those who have spoken in support of this provision. And I'll urge our members to speak with one voice so that we innovate like other parliaments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I think we have spent a lot of time here. Let us not go ahead trying to water down what they need to do. The only thing we might add there is the the conducting of this particular mode of section, the secretary should come in there somehow. Are we going to have a control room that will take records so that I don't stay in my room and I call? So the harmonization of this, let's just find a way to put there that this will be set up on the approval of the speaker, set up by the secretariat from a control center that will be set up at the National Assembly. Is that okay? What do people think about that? Or it can come from anywhere?
Mr. Chairman, the only thing that I was coming to is the third arm of our addition, which is mode of voting, because we should also discuss about mode of voting in event of an emergency situation where the House wants to activate a process of meeting. The mode of voting, which we propose as Order 5, Rule 3C, is voting shall be by electronic means. Wherever you are, you can participate in the process. Voting shall be by electronic means. There's no other way you
So
can.
who takes record of that particular section? There must be, I agree, emergency need us to we keep working during emergency. I also agree electronic is important now because innovation is what we need for the transformation that we are looking for. But documentation and recording of these must be housed somewhere. Can we include that the secretariat should house a control room from where this can be organized on the instruction of the speaker?
Mr. Chairman, with profound respect, I should think that there are some presumptions this House ought to make, which need not be in the rules. For instance, the day-to-day business of the House is organized by the office of the clerk to the House. So we don't need to, if we go to the provision where the duties of the clerk is, you will see the job of the clerk. So we don't need to buffet or to begin to...
Can I refer you to page 5 of our old rule?
Sorry.
Page 5. That is Order 2. You go there, you're going to see method of voting. And then I there says electronic voting, and that is all. Shall be by electronic voting. No explanation for the electronic voting, no mode of how it's going to be conducted. So that room for presumption, might either go positively or negatively, where people will say it is presumed to be this. If we have opportunity to specify, I think we should. Because once you say by electronic vote, if you go to the other one, it said, it gave explanation. Every member shall vote, voting shall name clearly and in the open the candidate of the... That is another other alternative. And when all members that are present who wish to vote have voted, but when it came to electronic voting, there was just one single line.
I think, Mr. Chairman, that electronic voting is the opposite of manual voting. And this is a process that is dynamic. So if you go to under electronic voting and specify one particular method of electronic voting, it's possible that in the next 1 year, with the dynamics of science, that what you are even prescribing may no longer be obtainable. So I think it is better to generally describe it as electronic voting. It can come in any form which is available to the House at that particular form. The electronic voting of the US or UK or Canada, Australia may be different from our electronic voting, but they all are under species of electronic voting.
Okay, I think we have gotten the meat of this conversation, and I'm just going to put the question because I'm sure Honorable Sada Soli, who raised the issue, is cleared and also in agreement that we need this dynamic innovation to move forward while putting some preservation of the dignity of the house and what the house said to achieve. But for those who are still in doubt, the mode of conducting this section will not be outside the provisions of our standard rules of the house. So everything about the standard rules of the house applies when there is an online section. Everything applies. The only thing is that we are doing hybrid. Some might be around, some may not be around for that particular emergency section, not for all the sections. It's only activated when there is an emergency. And I agree with him that the executive have gone up to using technology. The judiciary, they have gone up to using technology. In fact, they amended the High Court procedural rules in courts to accommodate the use of electronics in their judgment. And I'm sure most of their appeal court judgments, they notify you, and then you go online. So I'll just put the question. I've already put the question. This one was explanation, isn't it? This one academic has said because the gavel has gone down. All right? So it's taken as voted. Let's go to the next one. You are still having the floor?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, like was pointed out, we had made substantial progress on the last day. So we are starting from Order 20, which is on this, which talks about the committees of the House.
So before you do that, let us, since we have amended this particular one, let's say Order 5 has amended, carried. Order 5 has amended, carried.
Carried.
Carried, yes. So go ahead with what you're saying now.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So I am saying that we are now considering Order 20, which deals with committees of the House, establishment and jurisdiction of committees. Mr. Chairman, this is on page 7 of our report. Now, the first committee to be considered is on ethics and privileges. If you have
do we do it as per committees, which is about 100 and something, or do we do as per page of your report?
Mr. Chairman, I think we will, because it's not every committee that was amended. A lot of them are the way they are on the standing orders. So what we have here are just those committees that had one thing or the other by way of amendment, or the new ones that have been created. So I am suggesting that it may be better we go by pages.
Okay, we'll go by paging.
All right.
All right, so we are starting with page 7, isn't it?
Yes.
Page 7 carried. Page 8 carried. Page 9 carried. Page 10 carried. Page 11.
Mr. Chairman, page 12 is on defense. Committee on Defense.
Page 12?
Yes, and we have an amendment there.
Okay, page 12. Can you guide me there?
Mr. Chairman, there is amendment concerning Committee on Defense. The amendment is to insert. It's an insertion.
I can't hear you. Page 12.
Page 12. Amendment concerning Committee on Defense. The amendment is to insert oversight over Defense Intelligence Agency. Oversight over Defense Intelligence Agency. That is the first amendment.
Where are you inserting that? Number what? A or B?
Just a moment, sir. It's on page 12.
Because you have a provision of the Standing Order, 10th edition, Committee on Defense.
G. F is Defense Space Administration. G should be Defense Intelligence Agency.
D.
G, as in...
G, what you have there as G is oversight of military applications of nuclear energy.
No, F is Defense Administration, Defense Space Administration. G should be Defense Intelligence Agency.
Okay, so instead of Defense Research and Development, maybe you have G there. It's either you are adding it before the G or after H.
Okay, we are adding it after.
So why don't you make it GHI? Because you have G, you have H. Because if you remove it, it will mean that we have to amend the other ones down. So why don't you make it an insertion to be I?
Okay.
So what do you want I to read as?
Defense Intelligence Agency.
Defense Intelligence
Agency.
Agency.
Yes. And then
So,
there's also another insertion.
so let's carry this one first. So, any seconder to that insertion? Honorable Jimmy, you seconded?
Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, I remain Baba Jimmy Benson. I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Legariwe. I still second, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So, any other insertion there? Please put your mic on.
Military Pension Board.
Should be
J.
okay.
That is all for page 12.
Okay, Military Pension Board. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Miriam.
Colleagues, my name is Honorable Miriam Onoha. I represent Okigwe North Federal Constituency of Imo State. I rise
Just wait. Is there any committee on Military Pension Board?
Observation.
Any paramilitary pension committee? Any committee like that?
Mr. Chairman, let me just make a slight explanation there.
Yeah, explain.
There was supposed to be a committee on military and security pensions. Now, on the instructions of Mr. Speaker, that committee is no longer going to be. So we are merely taking back what we had taken out from committee on defense.
Miriam, please go ahead, Honorable Miriam.
The same thing will go to other committees like police and all that.
All right, no problem, no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Miriam Onoha. I represent Okigwe North Federal Constituency. I'm from Imo State. I rise to second this amendment that we do insert section J for military pensions board as part of oversight for the Defense Committee. I so second.
Those in support of the new insertion, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So we have page...
Amendment.
On the same page?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Honorable colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I remain Baba Jimmy Benson.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I just looked through the agencies under defense, and I realized that the Defense Research Development Bureau is not listed here. It's listed in the 8th Assembly, 9th Assembly. It's not here. I believe it's an omission, an honest omission.
What did you call it?
Defense Research Development Bureau.
But I saw Defense Research and Development, Abuja. Is it the same thing?
Is there? G?
G is Defense Research and Development, Abuja. Is it one and the same? Do they have two research institutes?
Thank you.
Alaji, Team Jimmy. All right, so page 13 has carried.
Observation. Chairman. Observation.
Amendment, sir.
Yes, still on that page 13.
Amendment.
The gavel has gone for the adoption of page 13, so move to rescind it first.
Yes.
Please, Chairman of Committee, move to rescind page 13. The decision on page 13, just rescind.
Mr. Chairman, My understanding is a motion for rescission shall come by way of motion.
And that's why we're asking you to move the motion so that we can include is the ordering. I think we noticed that we cannot leave H as it is because it's a bit omnibus.
Okay.
So
Mr.
we have
Chairman,
to push it down to be the last on that list.
I hereby move that we rescind paragraph H as just approved. I so move.
Okay, any seconder?
Observation. Let me second.
Yes, Maki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. I'm Abubakar Maki Eleman. I'm from Jigawa State. I represent Madam Dorikau Gama Federal Constituency. I stand to second the motion as amended by...
Remember, yeah, it's not H you are rescinding. You are rescinding the page.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Because it was the page that we voted on. Okay?
Second.
All right. The decision on page 13 is hereby rescinded.
Amendment.
Please go ahead, Alaji Jimmy.
Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, Baba Jimmy Benson is my name, representing the Kurudu Federal Constituency. Defense Research and Development Bureau, not Defense Research and Development Abuja. So I'm requesting, honorable chairman, that Abuja should be replaced with Bureau.
Okay, we'll treat that as typo error. They will correct it. Typo error.
Thank you.
Yeah. I thought you were moving that H replace I. Why I becomes H?
Observation.
I thought that was what you stood up to do.
I also stand to replace I with H. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
I hope people understand what we are doing because that particular one says in the event of joint oversight and budget engagement with the headquarters of Ministry of Defense involving other arms of military, the Committee on Defense shall be the lead. That is actually supposed to be the last, on that. So we are taking the one we made the last to come up so that this can be the last. Any seconder to that?
Observation.
Any seconder? Any seconder to this? Yes, Kauji. Honorable Kauji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Kauje. I represent the people Bagudo and Suru. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kebbi State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the amendment as proposed by my brother, the Chairman House Committee on.
Thank you very much. Those in support of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So 13 as amended.
Observation.
13 as amended.
Observation.
Carried. Page 14. Any amendment on 14, Chairman?
No, but on 15.
Huh?
No.
Okay, 14 has carried?
Carried.
14?
Carried.
Carried. 15?
Mr. Chair.
Observation.
Wait.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rahim Tujiolawi. I have observation on this particular subject, which is number 15, page 15, on the Committee of Internally Displaced Persons and Refugees.
Please speak into your mic. Others want to hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Sir, the draft we have before this amendment, the lead committee is the IDP. But I can see here that it has been changed, that the lead committee is poverty alleviation. That's number one. Number two.
Which number are you referring to? Which number?
Page 15.
Number what?
Page 15, the second paragraph, Committee on IDP.
Page 15, second paragraph. Committee on Internally Displaced.
Yes.
Number what under that? Number what under that committee?
No, the committee recommendation.
The next page, that is page 16?
No, it's 15.
That is page 16.
15, Your Excellency.
When you say new jurisdiction, isn't it? You are referring to where it says in the event of joint oversight. 15 sub 2. The committee jurisdiction shall cover. Is that what you are referring to?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you are correct. It's on page 16. The new jurisdiction.
Yeah, I knew I was correct, but
Yes, yes. I'm very sorry about that.
all right.
So I want to believe that in this house, every committee is quite important, and we are working to the success of this 10th assembly. By extension, we have to serve our nation. So putting another committee as superior to other, I think it's a kind of relegation.
Please let us know your amendment. Don't give us the. Just go straight. Tell us what do you think should be there if what is there is not good, and give us reasons.
What I propose to be there is that the two committees in the House have the sole responsibility of oversight, seeing the Humanitarian Affairs Ministry, Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation Ministry. As the name implies.
So which committees are you referring to? IDP and
Poverty Alleviation in the House.
Okay.
What is fair to me, that, in my own opinion, is that since the two committees...
Fair to the House.
Fair to the House. Since the two committees has the responsibility of overseeing the ministry, the name, as it implies, has already separated their responsibility.
Do we have committee on humanitarian affairs?
Not at all. So,
you don't have the floor.
Mr. Chairman,
you don't have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, protect me.
You don't have the floor.
Have the floor.
Somebody has the floor. Allow him to finish. Go ahead.
Sir, Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation is the name of the ministry. We have two committees that oversees this ministry. Okay.
It's unparliamentary.
I'm saying.
To shout a member who is standing down. It's not proper. If you are standing and another person is doing that, it's not proper. Keep your opinion to yourself. When you are given the chance, you express it.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for that protection. Now, the Committee on IDP has been relegated to be a second fiddle committee in the House. If this order stands, my proposal is that whoever leads the way the House wants it, but the nomenclature of the committee has been proposed to the leadership of the House, which I believe doesn't affect any other committee jurisdiction. So my prayer is that while leaving the Committee on IDPs with the nomenclature of Humanitarian Affairs Committee and IDP, then the other committee, Poverty Alleviation. Both of us are working in tandem. Sir, I belong to a committee in this House, which is a committee on, I was a member before the House was, the membership was reconstituted. And there was overlapping of their jobs. The way it was resolved in that committee meeting was so amicably because nobody is taking this personally. It's not a personal responsibility, it's for the whole country. So,
okay, your proposal is that there should be co-chairman when during budget.
Definitely, sir.
That none should lead the other.
Yes, sir. And
but you know, two captains will rock the boat. So let's think outside the box. But I understand what you are saying. You are saying it's one committee that has been broken into two. One is not superior to the other.
Yes.
Because two of you are addressing the same issue and should have access to the minister when the need arises, especially during budgets.
Yes.
Okay. But having two captains in a boat is what I'm concerned with. The chairman ad hoc committee is going to speak on that, but before that, let us hear from others. Please sit down.
All right, thank you.
Honorable Eshed. No, not you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, the chairman. Mark Esed is my name, speaking for the good people of Uyo, Ibe Sultan, Sedatai, and Oran Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State that remains the destination state. Mr. Chairman, I want to align with what my honorable colleague have just raised. Mr. Chairman, a situation where this House will make a mistake of making a committee superior to another, we are heading for serious calamity. A ministry that has over 3 committees supervising it. For example, this humanitarian ministry, there are over 4 committees in it. What makes one of those committees a mother committee or a superior committee to chair a joint session, that the chairman of one should be the chairman of the joint session? What is the criteria? My opinion is that let this House go with what my honorable colleague has suggested. Let there be co-chairman. Because if I'm a chairman of either humanitarian services and someone is an IDP chairman, and we're coming for a joint budget under the ministry, and my colleague will say he's the chairman to rule and to over. Mr. Chairman, it doesn't work. So let there be a co-chairman. As many as those committees are under that ministry, those chairmen should be co-chairmen. That is my candid suggestion. Thank you.
Let's hear more people say something about it. Yeah. Chief. Mark, turn off your mic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, my distinguished colleagues. Yes, I'm the Deputy Chairman of Poverty Alleviation. Mr. Chairman, I think the House has not made any mistake. Before we got to this very situation, this very page, we just finished with defense, Mr. Chairman. Are we now going to apply the rule to say, in the case of joint oversight, you can't have 2 captains in the ship? And we all agree.
Sorry, is defense in any joint?
No, what we just had. In case you have, yes, that.
No, I don't think defense was a good reference.
Defense will take over. Okay, let me throw this out. For example, you have a joint oversight of Army, Navy, and maybe there's defense. Are we now saying that they all should have co-chairmen? Or there has to still be a lead committee? Mr. Chairman, I know we have moved motions in this House before, where the prayers actually came with committees. And it was cited too, that there has to be a lead committee. It doesn't mean the other committees are inferior. It doesn't mean they're inferior. All this means is for proper organization. You cannot have 2 captains in a ship. So, sir,
okay.
I have the floor. Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
round up.
I'm protected, sir.
You are protected, but round up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what we are saying here is we want to be careful so we don't get this whole thing too complicated, because what applies to one applies to all. And we are going to see similar situations that will apply to other committees. So I will say, and still suggest, Mr. Chairman, the House has not made any mistake to have this put in this way. So
all right.
I prefer it remains the way
all
it
right.
is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. When you stand up to speak, please make it as briefly as possible to enable others to air their opinion. But this is the kitchen where this thing is baked. So this is expected. It's nothing outside the scope of what we do here. And that is why I commend all of you who are here. Okay? This is what is expected. At the end of the day, we'll come up with something. A leader is raising her hand, and we have to recognize the leader first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to see whether it is possible for us. I wanted to see whether it was possible for us to have the committee a committee on humanitarian affairs and a committee on poverty alleviation, and then make their jurisdiction, one of them to cover internally displaced persons, and the other to cover whichever one, the other committee that we are discussing over right now. Because if the committees have the name
No,
of...
are you saying we should create a new committee?
No, we can replace the name, change the name of the one that is in contention now.
Like what?
The internally displaced persons.
IDP.
Yes.
Internally displaced person.
And
You want us to change the name?
No. There is no committee on humanitarian affairs, is there? So maybe there should be a committee on humanitarian affairs and a committee on poverty alleviation.
So if that is, you are suggesting we create humanitarian affairs committee?
Yes, so that now the IDP would either be under humanitarian or under poverty alleviation, and then the jurisdiction would be specific. No, it's an
Thank you very much.
And a suggestion.
Let me hear from Honorable Nolly and then Sada. Honorable Nolly, if you are not ready, let Sada handle, then you come back.
Mr. Chairman, colleagues, well, Mr. Chairman, I think this is not new. We met this thing in the Ninth Assembly, and I believe that just like when we all contested the election, we came in here, we voted some people as speaker, we voted deputy, we elected people as principal officers, and nobody complained. In situations like this, definitely one person must lead. In the Senate, we have Senate and House of Rep. We all have the same, we are equal. But when we are together, Senate takes lead as the chairman, House follow as co-chairman. So I think we should just allow this thing. It does not going to affect anything.
But that one, let me, you're still having the floor, but I don't agree that whenever we meet with Senate, Senate should take the lead. No, let me finish. It's supposed to be co-chairman.
That's what I said it, and I said co.
Because this is bicameral legislature. So I want us to change. Honorable Nolly, wait 1 minute. You are making a very good point, but let me clear this. This is outside what you are saying. Please, members of this parliament, never allow yourself to be made to be less than what the Constitution says. It's bicameral. Bicameral means we are equal when it comes to parliamentary practice. So if you go and they said they don't want you to be the chairman, you ask them why. Because you should sit as co-chairman power, co-chairman defense, co-chairman aviation. You understand? So let's have that at the back of our mind, but continue with your adumbration.
Okay, well, I think I've made my point. What I'm trying to say is that it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whatever we call it. In a situation where this thing happens once during budget defense, one person will lead the budget. That's my position.
What do we lose by having two people sit over a budget? I'm just asking. Let me hear from Honorable Sada, please. Let's wear our thinking cap. We are not fighting. Mark said, we are not fighting. We are deep diving for the good of the house, please. Let's take it easy.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is just, it's a simple matter. Lead committee principles is enshrined in this book. It has been existing right.
Please speak audibly. They want to hear from back.
Lead committee principles exist in this order book right from 1999. Mr. Chairman, even on referrals, on investigations or other responsibilities from the House, there is this lead committee principles enshrined there. And if you look at the proposals of the...
What is the principle?
The proposal is in the event. It's not always.
in the event of joint oversight or budget proposal, like if you look at the Committee on Education, it has about 5 or 6 committees. There must be a lead principals committee directives, so that to avoid confusion, to avoid how we drive to attend to certain things to produce the results to the parliament. I think this is not injurious. This does not mean that
Okay. Please. This is allow Honorable Sada. He earned the respect standing as a senior parliamentarian.
Mr. Chairman,
allow him to say something.
Mr. Chairman, with due respect to our colleagues that are new in the principles of the precedence of Parliament, you must sit down and have a deep thinking how these things operate. This is not just from the blues. It is right there enshrined in the rules. However, if there is a contention on this, let the leadership sit down over this, look at it again, and represent it to the House. I think that is my view because it affects virtually all the committees. It affects virtually all the committees. So let leadership drop this, let's step it down, leadership think about it, and come up with acceptable proposals to the members so that we can move forward.
Thank you very much. Honorables, please, let me, Chairman. No, not Igariwe. Honorable
Thank
Flapper.
you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable colleagues.
I'm coming over here. Let them finish, we'll come over there.
Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, the import of this exercise is to make things easy for us and the institutions we are dealing with. In a situation where you are dealing with 4, 5, 6, 7 committees dealing with one ministry, Mr. Chairman, it will be cumbersome to invite the minister responsible for that ministry 6 or 7 times for a budget, which means whenever there's a budget exercise, that minister will not do anything for a whole week because he has to be in the National Assembly every day. The essence is, fine, all the committees will oversight the ministry, but you must organize one committee, should be a lead committee, such that the minister will now appear before all the committees. It doesn't mean that the committee chairman, who is the lead chair, is everything. Everybody will be there. Only he will be coordinating in the presence of everybody. Everybody has every chance and opportunity and power to say whatever he wants to say. It's not a matter of supremacy, but to make things easy. It will be ridiculous for us to subject, in fact, this will create a situation where the ministers will choose not to appear. Because what can he do? He can't appear every day. Abandon the entire ministry for 1 week or 2 weeks without doing anything. So it's just to make things easy. Honorable colleagues, please let us take things easy. It's not a contest for supremacy. It's to make things easy for us and for the government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, one more person, then I'll hand over to the chairman of the AHO committee. Okay, 2 more persons because the minority leader want to say something as well. So let us hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Eze, stop frowning.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Chairman.
frightening me with your face.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Joseph Basi. I speak for the people of Bakassi, Calabar South, and Akwabuyo. I'm from Cross River. Mr. Chairman, I am the chairman of Disaster Management and Preparedness Committee. And that committee is also saddled with, to work with humanitarian, and poverty ministry. Mr. Chairman, I tend to be surprised because I've seen the lead committee being poverty, which is the section of humanitarian, committee. Disaster management encompasses all those things because even in poverty, I said even in poverty, Mr. Chairman, okay, I have to bend down, I'm tall. Mr. Chairman, I said even in terms of the vastness of the different committees, disaster management is supposed to be the lead committee in that humanitarian services. Because in poverty itself is a disaster, Mr. Chairman, and it has to be involved in disaster management. In the committee, Mr. Chairman, we are 3 committees that is oversighting humanitarian. And Mr. Chairman, please, I hope I'm protected.
Yeah, round up. You are protected. Round up, please.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think that for us to discuss about the lead committee is very absurd. The best thing to do is for the committees to all call the minister and work together as a team. You don't need to put a lead committee. We can always work as co-chairman, and that will still bring the same result, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Let me hear from you, Honorable Eze.
Thank you, Mr.
But make it
Chairman.
very brief. I'm happy you're smiling now.
I'll make it brief, Mr. Chair. Thank you, honorable colleagues and Mr. Chair. Eze Nwachukwu is my name. I represent the good people of Bonyohuku Federal Constituency. Mr. Chairman, you have said it all. This issue...
Emeka Chinedu, where are you going? I like how you're dressing, like Hausa man. That's good.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
This issue of presumed supremacy in this legislative business, thank you today. You have sorted it because I've had this argument severally with the senators. Mr. Chairman, this clause in these provisions makes us and some committees and the responsibility of the chairman look inferior to the others, which in this house, if allowed, is not healthy for us. I will suggest and seriously submit that in the event of joint committee meeting, let these co-chairmen consult within themselves and nominate one person at a time to preside over such meetings. So I so submit.
Okay, I think we had enough about this. Let me, Minority Leader, you and then Honorable Gariwe.
Thank you.
We've had enough on this. Kauje, you have to wait.
Thank you, dear Chairman. I think that in issues of joint committee assignment, the practice has always been that the committee that has higher responsibility in that tax will be the lead committee with the other committees as co-chair. But even amongst the co-chairmen, somebody must preside. All of them will not preside at the same time. So the committee that has higher responsibility in the assignment will be the lead committee. Now for budgets, if the ministry is coming to present her budget, there's a committee that oversights the main ministry. Outside agencies and parastatals in that ministry. The committee that oversights the main ministry that is presenting the budgets of the other parastatals will be the lead committee. There is no argument over it. And it's always a temporary thing. It doesn't remove anybody's power or responsibilities.
We've heard from the minority leader, minority side of the House and majority. Let us now give the rights of reply to Honorable Igariwe. Honorable Igariwe, please.
Mr. Chairman, I think the starting point should be for members to know that at all times, especially as they interact with ministries, it must be by corporation, because one committee or 2 or 3 or 4 are likely going to oversight a ministry. So it cannot be one committee thinking it's just going to be that one committee. It is what is contemplated in our rules. I want to thank the minority leaders, Sada Soli and Faluta. Order 12, Rule 5.2 says committees of the House shall hold joint hearings and joint oversight activities where necessary to ensure efficiency and avoid overlap of responsibilities. So it is anticipated that committees will always have these things jointly and meet with ministries. Now, Mr. Chairman, there was some other thing I think the minority leader said. There is always a committee that has dominant jurisdiction. It is contained in our rules. It doesn't mean the committee is inferior. No committee is inferior to the other. Your jurisdiction is coordinate. It is coordinate. None is inferior. But there is a committee that has dominant jurisdiction. Mr. Chairman, that is what is contemplated under Order 12, Rule 2. Mr. Chairman, with your very kind permission, let me read it. It says, a bill, because it can apply to a bill touching on the jurisdiction of 2 or more committees shall be referred to the committee having dominant jurisdiction. The other committees affected shall be constituted into subcommittees thereof for the purpose of considering and reporting to the main committee on aspects of the bill affecting their committees. And Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker has the right to commend a bill to any committee, even a committee of the whole. It shows you the exercise of discretion in some of these things. So it's very simple. We will always have committees working together, and there must always be a committee that leads. It doesn't mean that committee is superior to the others. No. Every chairman who knows his job knows the power you have is donated to you by Section 88 of the Constitution to oversight. And you must know how to use your powers. So, Mr. Chairman, let us rest this matter. And let me say, Mr. Chairman, that it was the leadership led by Mr. Speaker that determined all these committees that are to lead. And it is at their discretion. It is at their discretion. We can't just come here now and say what Mr. Speaker said. It could be because somebody is a fifth termer. That is why Mr. Speaker, in his discretion, thinks it's better suited to lead a particular number of committees. So these are things that the standing orders.
Well said. Well said. Well said. Well said, Chairman. A nice reply as well, and I thank you. I think we are going to. There was no amendment to this. Was there any proposed amendment to this? There was none. So we are, it's 16, right? Page 16?
We are going to page 16, yes.
Page 17?
Carried.
Page 18?
Carried.
Page 19?
Amendment before carried, sir.
Page what?
Page 19.
Okay, page 19.
19, yes. Please. It has to do with police affairs.
Yes.
Under police affairs, we are inserting paragraph H to read oversight over matters concerning training of police.
Number which one?
Number page 19 on police affairs.
1 or 2?
2.
2 what?
Let me, just a moment. 2H.
Oh, insert. Is it insertion?
Yes, it's insertion.
Please speak to your mic. That's why I'm not hearing you. Close to your mic.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. It's insertion. To insert paragraph H to read oversight over matters concerning training of police personnel.
Oversight over matters
concerning training of police personnel.
Concerning training of police.
Yes. Then another one, I. Another insertion, insert oversight over Nigerian police pension.
Nigerian police pension.
Yes, please. So those are the two additions to police affairs.
So H is training, I is pension.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
No, we have G as annual budget estimates.
Yeah, we'll rearrange. We'll have to rearrange. We'll have to rearrange the order, Mr. Chairman. We can do that.
How do you want to rearrange to sound, please? Let's carry it. Okay, insertion, page 19 as amended, but it needs to be seconded first. Any seconder to that proposal? Yes, Rufai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mark, you are happy.
We are happy. Police is for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mohammed Bello El Rufai. I represent the good people of Kaduna North. Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the amendment ably moved. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of that amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So page 19 has carried.
Mr. Chairman.
Still on page 19?
Carry.
Mr. Chairman, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, just as an oversight on the part of the House, if you go back to page 18, you know we assigned military pension board to defense. And then there is a military pension board under pension committee here. So we should try to avoid that mix-up. No, excuse me. We are just trying to help the Secretariat to clean up this document well. On 18I, on page 18, item I, oversight of National Pension Commission and Military Pension Board. And I thought we have removed it to under defense, isn't it?
Yeah, we have to remove it.
So we have to delete that.
We have to delete it. So move that it be deleted.
Thank you.
So 18 as amended. Any seconder to this motion? Yes, you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kwamoti Bitrus Lowry, representing Jamsa Numan Lamurde Federal Constituency. I second the amendment.
All right, those in support of this amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 18 as amended. 19. 20.
Amendment.
Yes, Chairman.
Amendment.
Go ahead.
Mr.
On
Chairman,
19?
Yeah, on 20.
On 20, yes.
20 is on poverty alleviation. There is an insertion to be made.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the insertion is to insert paragraph D.
Paragraph
D.
B.
D as in Donatus.
D.
Yes.
Under which one now? We have D. We have A to G. Under, oh, that one is power.
No. Poverty alleviation. We have only.
Poverty alleviation is not on 19.
If you go to the 10th edition, we have ABC. So we are going to add D to it.
Okay, 20 is poverty alleviation down the last paragraph.
Yes.
So we should go to 21.
No, we are making an insertion to 20, to Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
Okay.
And that insertion is to oversight National Social Investment Program.
National Social Investment Program. Any seconder to that? Yes. You are happy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Chief Dr. Billy Osawaru. I rise to second the motion as ably moved by my colleague. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Those in support of this amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So 20 as amended, carried. 21, 22, 23. On 23? Yes, Chairman.
National Security and Intelligence.
Yes.
We need to delete, make a deletion.
I can't hear you.
We are applying to delete oversight over Defense Intelligence Agency.
Yeah, because you have already put it under defense.
Yes.
That's any seconder? Yes. Chief, call him to second, yes. You raise your hand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Abiru Ahmad Maibalas is my name. I rise to second the amendment heavily moved by my colleague. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr.
So
Chairman,
24.
there is yet another amendment.
On that 24?
Yes, please. On 23. Still on
It can't be 23. We have passed 23.
It's an amendment we propose to make.
23 spilled to 24. Like the amendment you brought now was coming from 23, but actually listed on 24. So you want to go back to 23?
23, Mr.
We
Chairman.
can oblige you.
Thank you.
We can oblige you, yes?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we need to make an amendment, and that amendment is to read oversight. It's an insertion, oversight.
Always refer us to where you are amending. It's a whole 2 paragraphs. Mention
Yes.
where you want us to insert.
23, page
Still
23.
under
Okay.
National Security and Intelligence?
Yes, it is. The first is oversight of terrorism and counter-terrorism agents. Second is, okay, this one is the third one. Third is oversight over presidential amnesty program. We are amending it. We are amending the third paragraph to read.
That is page 24.
Page 24, yes.
It's page 24, yes,
page
not
24.
23.
Mr. Chairman, 23.
24, yes, 24.
Mr. Chairman, 23. Please, wait.
What you are amending is that oversight over the presidential amnesty program should be taken out.
No, it should read oversight over the presidential amnesty program, save the amnesty program domiciled with the Niger Delta Ministry.
Okay, so to oversight other presidential amnesty program,
Save
except
yes,
the Niger
amnesty.
Delta amnesty program
Yes.
already existing.
Exactly.
All right?
Yes.
So propose how you want it to read again. To read oversight over the presidential amnesty program, save.
Save the amnesty program domiciled with the
Any
Niger Delta
seconder?
Ministry.
Ozuribo, second, you are happy? Second, don't give me reason you are seconding. Okay, rephrase. Chairman, off your mic. Chairman, you got away.
Mr. Chairman, why I come to rephrase is that amnesty program is a program initiated by Mr.
Put your this thing on, yeah.
Amnesty program is a program, an executive order by the president. Is domiciled in NIA. It's not under Niger Delta Ministry. So it's better read as oversight over presidential amnesty program, save amnesty, presidential amnesty program of Niger Delta region, not Niger Delta Ministry.
No, he didn't say ministry.
Yeah,
Did he say ministry?
Yeah, it's the ministry, yes.
No, I didn't hear him say ministry. I think you are saying the same thing. Program in Niger Delta region. You might just add region.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, let me...
Save amnesty presidential amnesty program in Niger Delta region.
I hereby second, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, that is what it should read. Secretary, take note. Save the presidential amnesty program in Niger Delta region.
I do second, Mr. Chairman.
Those in support of this amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Mr. Honorable Sada Solia, I want to call you Chief Alaji Doctor.
Mr.
All
Chairman,
for you.
Mr. Chairman, you are a bit in a hurry with us because we are following these things with an eagle eye. Mr. Chairman, I need to take us back to page 23 because of the evolution in technology. The information technology, we need to craft something how we can perform oversight function on the emerging AI, artificial intelligence. How do we have oversight function on the governance of artificial intelligence?
Are you talking about?
We need to be futuristic.
Hmm?
We need to be futuristic.
I agree with you, but which place are you referring to now?
Under information technology.
On page what?
On page 23.
Page 23?
Yes, sir. So probably after G.
22 to 23.
Page 23.
Yeah, we can oblige you there from the chair. We can waive our rules and go back to achieve that. So what do you want to insert there?
I want us to insert after G, satellite usages, then oversight on AI governance under information technology.
Which number? I?
After G.
After G.
This column, sir.
Okay, oversight of
artificial intelligence governance.
Is it e-governance or artificial intelligence governance? It's supposed to be e-governance. Is it not e-governance?
No, that's
so it's AI governance.
AI governance. AI, artificial intelligence. It's a huge.
Yeah, no, let me hear you.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, please, I think we should be very careful when we're referring this artificial intelligence because the encompassing is in every sector. Okay? So let's just concentrate on with regards to ICT because it's everywhere. Artificial intelligence is even applied in medical, it's applied in every sector now. So let's not just go and create problems.
Thank you. I saw a bill today coming from you.
Yes.
And I was happy when I saw that bill because I was actually drafting something in that regard. But when I saw it, I said, like mine's here. We cannot feign ignorance to the emergence of what artificial intelligence is going to bring. We, as Parliament, should be one step ahead. And that includes setting up the legal framework for it to take off without being injurious to our national objectives, national unity, what we intend to achieve. So when I saw that, the first reading of your bill today on artificial intelligence I was having, I would have thought, before oversighting what has not been provided for fully in our laws, why don't we wait for that law to put the provisions and the conditions, and then we have a house rule recognizing that, so that let's do the first thing first before we go to the second. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, with due respect, Mr. Chairman, the Parliament has a very huge space to operate, regardless of any law. We protect the society, whether there is law or there is no law. That's why we have petitions to be attended by the House, whether that issue is in the court of law or it's not in the court of law. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, if you look at when we say satellite usages, the maritime industry use satellite, the education industry use satellite, the health institution use satellite, but then it has to be regulated by a certain
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have anything on ICT being oversight by any committee of this House?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Good. For now, that should be sufficient. Because AI is part of information technology.
But specifically,
True of us.
Specifically, it has not been captured.
Honorable Sada Soli.
True, Mr. Chairman.
Is AI part of information technology?
Mr. Chairman, my whole intention is for us to be proactive.
I know. I agree with you. I'm on the same page with you. But let us lay the legal framework first, because our legislative intervention must be in line with laws. Either by creating the law or amending existing law. That is what we are here to do. So now you have a law coming within that space. Once it goes through, it will give us more information on how to tailor our oversight in line with the law. You do not oversight without the presence of the law, either as an establishment act or as an enabling law. So if there is no enabling law within that space, specifically for AI, let's create one first. Then it will give us guidelines on how they will be oversighted. I think you agree with me.
I yield to the chairman, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, so we go to 25. 25? 26? Chairman, are you listening? Are you being distracted? I'm already on 26. This is not a time to distract the chairman, please. Are we okay to carry 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31?
32 amendments.
31?
Okay.
Is it on 31? Okay, please refer us. Please put on your mic, I'm not hearing you. On page 30.
Page 31.
Okay.
9 to sub D and E. And D reads, to scrutinize the budget estimates of TED fund. The amendment will be and beneficiary tertiary institutions for emphasis.
And what?
To scrutinize the budget estimates of TED fund and beneficiary tertiary institutions. And then E will read, to oversight the Ministry of Education and tertiary institutions on matters relating to TED fund.
Is that not entering into the scope of the tertiary institution?
No. Mr. Chair, it's, the mandate clearly stipulates oversight of TED fund. And in this instance, it's ambiguous. The law is not made to be ambiguous or our rules. TED fund here could be either the agency, which is TED fund interventionist agency, and the beneficiary institution by virtue of extension of the intervention, which is what is already implied.
The Establishment Act, the Establishment Act of TED fund is mainly for tertiary institutions.
TED fund itself is an agency, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, but that agency has a responsibility that is mainly to take care of tertiary institutions. It won't be acting on the part of superfluity.
Mr. Chairman, this is a very clear proposal. I have engaged.
Okay, let's hear some people give opinion on this. Should we add tertiary institution where TED fund appears?
Yes.
Let's have conversation on that. Yes, Honorable Fulata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues. TED fund money is not appropriated. Their money is given by companies and other financial institutions. Therefore, the committee's responsibility is to oversight matters or projects in institutions of higher learning, wherever they are, whatever their number. But the functions should be limited to just the issue of projects financed by said fund. If she oversights, if the oversight now, the now committee oversights now budgets of other institutions, it will now run in conflict with the functions of all other tertiary committees related to the dealing with tertiary institutions. So it will be conflict there. So, but I agree that it should be limited to TED fund monies that are not, TED fund monies are not appropriated by the National Assembly. There are monies that are generated through companies, agencies, and financial institutions, companies, and so forth. So, and they are deployed directly as intervention by the federal government to universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, and so forth. So, I think, as captured here, the functions of the Committee on Debt Fund have been taken care of.
I don't want us to waste so much time on this because what Honorable Miriam is asking for is that the relationship of the tertiary institutions with the TED fund should be under the supervision of the TED fund committee to the extent of the matters relating to TED fund interventionist program with the tertiary institutions. Is a matter of interpretation. The way it was crafted there captured that intention. I can assure you there that, both as a lawyer, that legal drafting done by that committee, how they express it there, captures your interests perfectly so. You are in charge of the tertiary institutions as much as they relate with the TED fund. All the matters concerning the university or any other tertiary institution with TED fund is under your control, madam. And that is what that particular place was seeking to achieve. Do you understand, Honorable Miriam? If you are still in that, let me explain more.
I understand the literally translation of this D and E, but it's just for emphasis because when you start oversighting, and don't forget that the duty of Parliament with regards oversight is to provide checks and balances. Now the executive will look for any opportunity to rob themselves out of your purview of this oversight. And this is just for emphasis and clarity, so that it's not just being implied, but it's expressly stated as caption. And
can you read paragraph E? Where you cited now, just read E. 9E. 9.2E.
Oversight over tertiary education trust fund.
No. Just read 9.2E.
2E.
Yes.
To oversight the Ministry of Education on matters relating to TED fund.
Is that not a big umbrella? Tertiary education, tertiary institutions are under Ministry of Education. And matters relating to TED fund covers that. So it has been repeatedly mentioned that you have so much powers there. As the chairman, TED fund. I like the smile on your face now.
With mentioning the tertiary institutions? It's just to make it simpler and easy for them. Because if you go to TED fund, they will say the function is not with us. Go
to with what we have empowered you with this particular provision. Always refer them to E, 9.2E. It is all embracing.
Help me to help us.
We will help you. Yes or no? Is it on this issue? Okay, round up.
She wants, like, to oversight the Ministry of Education and institutions. I think that's what she...
No, you can't. That would be tautology. That would be... That Ministry of Education is omnibus. It carries on it all the interests they are trying to converse.
No, but there are ministries, there are institutions.
There are what?
There are institutions now.
No, those institutions are under Ministry of Education.
sometimes you need to clarify this thing.
No. There is no educational institution that is not under the Ministry of Education. For you to benefit from TED Fund, you must be under the supervision of the Ministry of Education. I think we're on the right page. So, 31, still on 31? The gavel has gone down. 32?
Mr. Chairman, no.
33?
Amendment.
Oh, 30 what?
32.
32, yes.
Just, a one-line amendment. 32 is on police institutions. We want to delete, we are seeking to delete or applying to delete oversight.
Come on, just wait. You are standing. Is it on 30 what?
Page 32.
Just Chairman, wait, please. Wait, please. I want to carry people's interest. What is it that you want to say on 31?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On 31, 2B, under Committee on TED Fund and Other Services. 2B.
Yes.
2B says oversight of the external aid for education, UNESCO. Mr. Chairman, this is one of the major responsibilities of the Committee on Civil Society and Development Matters. If you go to our standing rules, Order 20, Rule 21, Sub 2C and D, I can read it for you. Oversight of donor agencies, that is C. The formulation of policies and guidelines for the coordination and regulation of the activities of external donor agencies in the country. Mr. Speaker, I think this should be deleted from this this review. It's our function.
Oversight of the external aid for education.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
/ UNESCO.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That is not supposed to be under TED Fund.
No, it's not.
That is misplaced.
It's misplaced, sir.
That it should not be there. Any seconder to this? Markeshed.
Chairman,
Who
said
will
is my
this go?
name. Speaking for you, Ruran Sadatai, Exposed to Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State, Mr. Chairman, I want to support that motion, a very wonderful one, moved by my honorable colleague.
We have not done Port Authority, have we? Is that why you are going, Honorable Nolly?
Mr. Chairman, I so second.
Thank you, my brother. Those in support of this amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So 31 as amended. Carried?
No, amendment.
32?
Amendment. No. Amendment. No, he's deleting our...
Chairman, you are standing. Okay, let's hear you. Put on your mic. 3210 what?
32E.
That is 102E.
Yes. Sorry. Police institution. Okay, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
Are you okay? All right. Chairman ad hoc, any amendment on 32?
No, but 33.
Okay. 32 is carried? 33?
33
Amendment 33, Chairman.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, we are deleting E. 33.
Please listen.
We are deleting Committee on Police Institutions, E.
Banking institution.
Police institutions.
Please, too much.
Police institutions.
On 33?
Yes, it starts from 32, but
the paragraph we wish to delete is on page 33, which is E, oversight over matters concerning training of police personnel. We need to delete it from here since we added it to police affairs.
Okay,
So
we are removing it from institution.
Yes.
Okay, any seconder to that? Yes, you. Yes. Please don't raise your hand to second if you don't have the card in front of you. You waste our time. We are supposed to have our cards at all times. Please, guys, a second.
Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, I rise to second the motion that we delete E because it has already been replaced under police affairs. I so move.
Thank you very much. So 33 as amended? Carried? Okay, more amendment on 33? Eze, stop fighting. Calm down. You can be heard. So what do you want to add there, Eze? On 33, any amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mm-hmm.
And distinguished colleagues, number 33, item 13, banking and under ancillary institutions. Please, can you face what?
Address the chair. You're not addressing. You address the chair, Eze. Address the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the protection. I said item 13, committee on banking and under ancillary institutions. Mr. Chairman, it was at this point last time, the day we commenced consideration of this report.
What do you want to amend?
What I want to amend is to insert omitted agencies as follows. Naisal Microfinance Bank, not expressly mentioned here. Development Bank of Nigeria banking institutions.
Microfinance Bank is number G.
No, expressly mentioned. This particular item is oversight on Nigeria incentive-based risk-sharing system for agricultural lending, NISAL, specifically.
I don't understand. We are number 13.
Page 33.
Okay, number 12, 2E.
This institution is under regulation.
Okay.
This particular one is under regulation.
So you're talking about Committee on Banking Regulation?
Yes, Committee
okay.
on Banking Regulations.
Okay.
Number B of it, to be moved to Committee on Banking and Ancillary Institutions.
No, I don't understand what you mean by number B. We have 12.1, 12.2.
2B.
Okay.
2B, 12.2B.
Yes, okay.
That is first one.
So what are you saying about 2B?
2B, oversight over Nigeria incentive-based risk sharing system for agricultural lending should move to bank.
It should be moved to banking institution?
Two out of it, which reads this particular item B and printing and minting are to be under institution as agencies under CBN. That is one. This particular thing we have discussed it though outside the house, in the leadership outside the house, and we have agreed on this. That is one. Then two, the first the B of 2B under banking institutions, 13B, 13.2B says oversight over development finance institution, except those assigned to other committees. Now, my submission here is that those ones not assigned to other committees should be mentioned and captured here. And they include Development Bank of Nigeria, Bank of Infrastructure, and the National Agri-Development Institute.
Yeah, take it easy. We're going to do the part A of your amendment on NASRA. All right? So we'll do that, and then we'll come to a proposal for number 2. So let's start with NASRA. Is it well placed or not well placed, and justification for that? That's a motion you're moving for amendment.
Yes.
Is there any seconder to that amendment, that it be removed from regulation to banking institutions? Any seconder to that? There's a gentleman behind.
It's not regulation, it's institution. It's institution.
Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, I am Muhammad Amin Ibrahim. I rise to second a motion heavily moved by Honorable Eze as amended. I so second. Thank you, sir.
Before I ask the question, any discussion? Chairman of the ad hoc committee, you want to be the last to speak on this? Let me hear others first.
Mr. Chairman, I will maintain my dignified silence on this and allow others to speak.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Let me hear Honorable Sada.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is completely unacceptable. If a chairman of a committee that has been charged with the responsibility of the House to present a report, and he will deny the House the information that he has so that the House can take a correct decision on issues that will affect the life of this parliament, I think that is not good. He should not be economical with the truth. He should say it to the House. Therefore, if the facts are available to us, we are better informed to take a correct decision.
Are you referring to the chairman of the committee?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
No, he said he will speak last.
Mr. Chairman, if
no, he's not saying that he will not speak.
Mr. Chairman, we all
he's saying that he will be silent until he hear other people.
Mr. Chairman, we are all members of this House. If the chairman of amending the rules of the House wants to take his dignified silence, then there must be something wrong. Mr. Chairman, on this issue, if you take NISAL, NISAL is purely regulation. If you take even AMCON, that has been put under ancillary institution, AMCON is purely regulation. We did the law of AMCON in this House, in the 6th Assembly. It's purely regulation, from section 1 to 88 of the sections of the law, if I can remember very
What's
well.
the full meaning of NISRA? Can you say it?
It's just managing risks in agriculture.
What is the name?
It's a bank. Nigeria incentive-based risk-sharing system for agricultural lending. It's regulation. It's basically regulation. They regulate the loan that is given to agricultural production. So, Mr. Chairman,
So it's not an institution.
It's not an institution.
It is.
It's a regulatory body.
It is.
Is there any establishment act that made it an institution?
There's no establishment act.
In these our laws, is there any law
There is
that
no law.
established NISRA as an institution?
There is no law on NISAL. There is no law on NISAL. Even the law that we promulgated within the CBN structure is print.
Okay, let us not be rowdy. We see, like I said, this is the kitchen where we cook the meal that we will all enjoy as a house. Let's remove sentiments.
Yes.
And let's not do something that outside that people will see us as unintelligent people. We are not the only ones with access to the laws of the land. There are critics there who will see us as people who did their intervention outside the provisions of existing laws. If there is no establishment act that has made a particular program of government as an institution, why see it as one? So that is, let's shorten this debate. I don't want us to go, that was why I asked that fundamental question. Is there any establishment act that has made NISRA an institution? If yes, refer me to it. If no, it should be under where it has been as CBN regulation. Let me hear from you, Gaza.
Chairman, first let's look at what brought about NISA. NISA is just an interventionist department, more so, or arm of the CBN, who provides the funding for NISA. It is a CBN. So baseline, whoever is oversighting CBN invariably will oversight NISA because they appropriate for NISA. It's simple. That is why in its creation there was a conflict, because they were more like doing the job of the Bank of Agriculture. So in due course, it's something we should even look at and think of scrapping from CBN totally, so that Bank of Agri continues its function.
So you think it should be under this responsibility should be under the Bank of Agriculture? Oh. At the moment, it's a program of CBN.
Yes. Exactly.
And it is
of CBN.
Mark, refer me to the Establishment Act. Mark, no, I'll come to you. Mark, refer me to the Establishment Act. Give to Mark.
What is this? Go on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. About NISRA, the Nigerian Incentive-Based Risk Sharing System for Agricultural Lending is a $500 million non-bank financial institution wholly owned by the Central Bank of Nigeria, created to redefine, dimension, measure, reprice, and share agri-business-related credit risk in Nigeria. What else do we want to know? Hold on, sir. Did you just hear what it stands for? It is not a regulatory body, but an institution owned by the Central Bank. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Owned by the Central Bank. It's not a regulatory body.
Listen, we have ethics and privilege in this house. So when you make noise, remember that.
Mr. Chairman,
this is not a house where you just, people are watching.
Yes.
You don't want to activate the ethics and privilege. Let's be more organized. You'll be heard. We are giving everybody time. If we don't finish today, we'll spill it up to tomorrow.
Yes.
Let's calm down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right? What you read now is that it is a non-financial institution.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
A non-banking institution.
Yes.
And Eze is in charge of banking institution.
Yes, an auxiliary, yes.
So is there any law? Who described that thing as such? Is it an individual explanation or an explanation that is from any establishment act known to law?
This was a scholarly article.
What is the source? What is the source of your definition?
It was a scholarly article.
All right, we cannot use a scholarly article.
Yes, scholarly
all right,
article,
you might sit down. Yeah. Let me hear from Erufai.
Scholarly article are peer-reviewed, Mr.
Yeah, it's all right. Sit down, please. Please, when you make references here with regards to laws, refer to existing laws. That is not a debate club. It is a place where law governs, where we make law, where we refer to existing laws. So your sources are important to us so that we don't waste parliamentary time. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Mohammed Bello El-Rufai. Mr. Chairman, I know we're late, so I would like to first of all say this has been a wonderful experience for me and my young member behind me. I now understand why when you leave early, things occur. So thank you very much. I am the chairman of banking regulations, and I'm honored to be. I know it's a critical committee, and it's to serve the House, not myself. Before then, I served under Senator Obasani in the Senate, where banking was one committee under other financial institutions. The most important agency under that, Mr. Chairman, is CBN. CBN, the source my honorable brother quoted, as you rightly said, Mr. Chairman, is not law. It's a Google research or a scholarly write-up. NIRSAL should be under CBN. If Honorable Eze is making the argument that it is an institution, those of us, members of the Banking Regulation Committee, can equally say CBN issues license to microfinance banks, which are under his institution. One of the things I learned today is a lot of this work involves a lot of things intertwining. I think I sat with Honorable Eze as he walked away, and I told him, in the case where the Banking Committee takes the lead, I would like to rely on his experience. I believe we can work together, but I honestly don't see how CBN appoints the MD of NIRSAL. CBN has deputy governors on the board of NIRSAL, so it's very difficult to take any financial institution or body in Nigeria without CBN. So if we go by that argument, we could dissect agencies under ancillary institutions and put it under CBN's purview. Finally, Mr. Chairman, the banking regulation has 4 agencies under it. Institutions has over 8. But as I said, one of the learning experiences I got today was the need to work together. I'm not holding tight to it, but I honestly think...
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think the point to be made here is that this is a creation of the CBN for the purposes of regulating risk on the incentives given out. And it's a program under that institution. They have an intention for creating it as a body under their responsibilities. And it is better for them to look over it. And also, when you look at the list of agencies under banking regulations, they are huge. A lot of numbers. Eze, I don't want us to debate this any further.
Just information.
You want me to put the question?
Information, Chair. Not that. Just an information that will help us, sir. A guide, an information.
Yes, let me hear you.
Okay.
Finally.
Thank you, Chair. In my understanding, all microfinance banks, as we speak, in this country, has no law establishing them. But they're in existence. We are working on that now. And NIZEL is one of the microfinance banks for a special purpose, just like others. Mr. Chair and the distinguished colleagues, like my brother Erufai said, we've been talking, and up to the level of meeting with Mr. Speaker on this, I will suggest to this House, we are all one, we are all brothers, we are on the same team. If this particular item on banking can be stepped down, let us, as the committee, meet within ourselves.
Okay, Marquez said, let me hear you. Marquez said, please. Put your mic on. I've always said, when you want to talk, raise your hand, get your card. Okay, good.
Thank you, the chairman. Mark said is my name. Still speaking for you, Uran Sirata Sultan Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Chairman, this is a very important exercise we are carrying out on the floor of this House. Because, like I said in the first day, we wanted to consider this. Whatever precedents we set will last for the next 4 years. And what is worth doing is worth doing well. Mr. Chairman, the wordings of these titles here, the wordings are very, very simple. We have regulations, banking regulations, which has to do with the regulatory activities. And we have auxiliary institutions. They don't regulate. This NISRA we are talking about here, Mr. Chairman, what are they regulating? They are not regulating anything. There are equivalent of microfinance bank, and their own line of responsibility is giving money on farm
agricultural related business. You're not regulating anything. It's a kind of microfinance institutions. So for us to say it is a regulatory body under CBN, Mr. Chairman, I can't just oppose the English here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my opinion, Mr. Chairman, this Nigeria falls, it is well fitted by the letter of its being set up, and by the law, it's well fitted under auxiliary institutions. Thank you.
Chairman of the committee, I think it's time for you to say something before I rule on this, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, thank you so much for your patience. Mr. Chairman, concerning this particular item, I want to assure you that, in fact, let me first explain my dignified silence, the context. When a member raises an issue over what we have done, I don't want to jump into the arena. I want members to ventilate and make a case for themselves.
I agree with you.
I shouldn't be a judge in my own
Your own case.
That's why I sat back. We decided to put this NISAL on banking regulation based on conviction. It wasn't on sentiment. So, but if somebody now stands up to say it shouldn't belong there, I won't just come and say, no, we have already put it here, it must be here. So I'm so happy that we have allowed this conversation concerning NISAL. Whichever way you rule on it, that will be the decision of the House. Thank you.
All right. You wanted to put us to vote? Because for me, there's nothing to be voted here. So we are just going to carry it on that one. But I want to ask a question before I leave that page. Or is it on the other page? I think regulation is on the other.
There is more. I'm still on the floor, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we are done with the nice route.
Yes.
Which other one did you mention?
The next one is D, oversight over Nexim Bank. Nexim Bank is a banking institution, and everybody here, all of us, we know this. Nexim Bank has been in existence as a bank financing import and export in Nigeria. So it shouldn't fall under regulation in the first place. There are some other items here, but we'll be taking it one after the other as directed by the chair.
In the wisdom of the leadership of the House, we have seen that you have a lot of scope to cover. This is only 4 mandates. And you have about 12 mandates. You have 12 mandates. And you are dragging with somebody with 4 mandates. Which, even if you narrow it down, it's not really 4, it's about 3. You know, why are we dragging this issue? 33.
Mr. Chairman, 33. Mr. Chairman, 33. Mr. Chairman, 33.
What is wrong again? I've carried 33.
Mr. Chairman, 33.
I don't want to go back to 33. Honorable Sada.
You are tired.
Let's go to 34. 34? 35? Honorable Jimmy, sit down. We have to round up. We are rounding up now. You are going to pray. Sit down. I don't know when you join. That you are dressed like a Muslim does not mean you are practicing the religion. It's not everybody who dresses like this that is a Muslim. I dress like that too, and I don't go to pray with them. Don't deceive the House. So 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 47. No, you have an amendment there. 47. Okay, let's look at 47. Yes, you are correcting 47, right?
Mr.
That
Chairman.
is which item, 34?
34. Mr. Chairman, we wish our application is to delete 34 completely.
Please sit down, gentlemen. You have done well. We are rounding up now. Please sit. Other consideration, we'll shift it. So we'll just 1 to 20, 20 to 30, and then we are done because they are straightforward.
Mr. Chairman, this is almost the last.
Please sit down. I urge you to sit down, please. I beg you to sit down. We'll round up soon. Thank you. It's a big sacrifice, and I appreciate you. Sit down, Honorable. You are still standing. Yeah, Chairman, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is the last item we are going to make an application on. Our application here is to delete Committee on Military and Paramilitary Pensions completely from the records.
To delete?
Committee on Military and Paramilitary Pensions completely from the records. It's no
so you want to delete 34?
Yes, we are deleting 34 completely.
Okay, because you have already put it in the other.
Yes. Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
so we will now, Secretary will now adjust the numbering.
Exactly.
Okay.
So it's now going to be 139 instead of 140 standing.
Okay, any seconder? Any seconder? Yes, rules and business. Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Francis Ejirogane Waive, Ugele North, Ugele South. I stand to second the motion as ably moved by Chairman of the Ad hoc Committee. I so second.
Those in support of this amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So 47 as amended, carried. Yes. I think you should wait. Let's finish this. Let's finish and then you can come up with that.
Okay.
Please. Because we have already passed. I know what you want to say. 48, 49, 50, 51. Good. What were you trying to say?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to crave the indulgence of the House. Taking us back to page 31. The issue of removing item 9(2)(b), oversight over external aid for education and UNESCO. Now removing it to...
Tell us page what?
Page 31, sir.
Page?
31.
Okay.
Yeah, you cannot remove it from TED fund and take it to any a non-education related committee. This is UNESCO is United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. The funds, the funds that accrued are for education.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you, but Chairman Ad hoc Committee, please move UNESCO to another education committee.
Yes, that's
Which one do you think is most suited for that? Okay, UNESCO supports SUBEB. So which one is handling SUBEB?
It was originally in TED Fund and other services, and that's the only agency that is budgetary or any other thing apart from TED Fund that is under that committee. The name is TED Fund and other services. So what we are proposing is let it remain where the committee had put it ab initio.
Yeah, Chairman, there are two conflicting opinions here. One says leave it, take it as education, take it to any education committee because it's UNESCO, it's not TED Fund. It's out of place, outside the parameter. The other one is saying no, it is TED Fund and other services. And those other services, UNESCO could be seen as one of the other services. Chairman, the purposive intention of the drafters, can you explain that to enable us see where we place that?
Mr. Chairman, we won't want to make a hasty decision on that. We want to take our time and know the appropriate place to locate this agency. So I don't think it is something we'll just stand up here and take a decision on.
Some of you who have stayed up till now, I think they're going to take attendance. Maki will take attendance. of those who have stayed up till now. So don't write the name of anybody who is not here, with the exception of those that know themselves. Alhajis. In fact, the Alhajis want to perform. Yeah, you are raising your hand, Alhaji.
Yes. So, Honorable Chairman, the UNESCO, I think it's the acronym means United Nations Educational, Scientific. So I'm not sure if they deal primarily with primary schools or secondary schools or tertiary.
Are you listening, Chairman Tetfon? Listen to this adumbration.
So I said I'm not sure who UNESCO deals primarily with. Is it primary? Is it secondary? Or is it tertiary? If we can answer those questions, we would know where it's most appropriate.
UNESCO, do they do intervention for universities? Or only for primary and secondary? Yes, Mark.
Mr. Chairman, UNESCO, you also will find UNESCO even in water resources.
Chairman.
Even in what?
Even in water resources, you find UNESCO.
Mr. Chairman.
Because
education. As I pertain to education, do they do their intervention federal universities, secondary school, or primary school?
No, generally it's captured under educational statistics.
I say by practice.
Yes.
Do they do their? Do you have any intervention of UNESCO at the secondary school level or university level?
From university, secondary school, and primary school, UNESCO get involved.
Okay, let me hear you, Mark, and then I hear the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. I still remain Mark Cassette. Mr. Chairman, I think in this aspect, I am very much convinced, and I speak as an authority, having served in the State Education, Secondary Education Board. 95% of UNESCO's activities has to do with suburb programs. 95% basic education. 95% of UNESCO's program.
Basic education, not tertiary.
No. No.
Okay, let's hear from the chairman of the committee. There must be a reason why he did what he did.
Exactly, Mr. Chairman. I thought we were going to have any convincing or compelling argument against what we did. We took time, did research, and agreed on what we did. So in the absence of any superior argument, I will urge the House that we leave it where it is. Something informed it, and that was research. So let's leave it where it is, please.
I think we will oblige the chairman of the ad hoc committee. Let us leave it where it is. The lady has been complaining that there's nothing much there and that she needs to be busy. It's not good if one institution fails her. She will not have any other thing to keep her busy. So that UNESCO will stay with Ted Fund for now. Carried? 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 The only position that will knock the gavel 5 times. So it's carried, carried, carried. She's smiling now. It's good to make the ladies happy as well. Yeah, there were some friendship groups that were added that were not in the original version from the chairman. Chairman, are you aware of it? The amendment made by Mr. Speaker?
We have captured, I don't know if there
Do you have Nigerian Czech Republic parliamentary friendship? Nigerian-Hungary parliamentary friendship?
I think we have
Nigerian Southern African parliamentary friendship. Which one is Somalia? Somalia people here came to visit you. You are not putting Nigerian-Somalia friendship. We promised them we are going to create one. Where will Somalia fall under? Because they came to visit us.
Mr. Chairman, if there are new suggestions, we'll consult with Mr. Speaker and...
So let's leave 48 as amended.
Yes.
Yes. 48 as amended.
Yes.
All right. So we are done with the standard rules of the House, and I commend all of you for doing this wonderful job. The first bill to be considered is for an act to repeal the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation, and Fiscal Commission Cap 17, you will sit. Alaji, you will sit. We are rounding up now. Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004 and enact the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission Bill 2023 to grant the Commission enforcement powers in the monitoring of accrual to and disbursement of revenue from the Federation account and to bring the account in conformity with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 and for related matters. I invite the leader to give the synopsis of the bill. Make it 1 minute.
Chairman, point of order, sir.
Yes, please.
Chairman, thank you. My name is James Abiodun Faleke. I represent Ikeja Federal Constituency. Mr. Chairman, sir, I'm just seeing this bill, which is slated for consideration. That is the number 16. I don't know if the agency in question has been taken away from finance in the new book. If not, we were never a part of this.
Who laid the report before the Committee of the Whole? Is it recommitted, one of the bills from recommittal? And it was done in this House. The equity aids the vigilant, not the indolent. If it was a bill related to your committee and it was recommitted from the previous assembly here, it presupposes that members of your committee who were here assented to it to be recommitted. And if they did not notify the chairman, if he was not present, the House has fulfilled their obligation by presenting it for recommittal and having it. Eze, you have to sit down. Or ease yourself and come back. I'll be looking out for you. So it was recommitted to the House, and I think that particular function had been fulfilled by the House Committee on Rules and Business. Leader, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, highly respected colleagues. Honorable Otumba Adeomi Oriyomi Ononiga. Representing the
Please, 1 minute. Make it 1 minute. People are tired. Just synopsis.
This bill, synopsis, is just to empower the Commission to be able to monitor accruals and disbursement of revenue from the Federation account and to bring the Act into conformity with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That is a simple synopsis, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion as very well moved by the acting leader of the House. I so second.
Those in support of this say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 1 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 18. Shadows. Long title. Explanatory memorandum. Is it? Explanatory memorandum. Long title. Carried. The second bill to be considered is for an act to amend the Public Procurement Act number 14, 2007 to provide for the inclusion of Nigerian Institute of Architects in the membership of the National Council on Public Procurement, payment of 30% mobilization fee to contractors, as well as project consultant, promotion of local content in procurement solicitation, and for related matters. I invite the leader to give the synopsis of the bill. Leader, 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Ononuga, Ikene Shagamuremo, North Ogun State. This bill is just to include the architects from the Nigerian Institute of Architects into the membership of the National Council of Public Procurement for them to be a part of the procurement process by paying 30% mobilization fee to their contractors, as well as the project consultants and the promotion of local content in procurement solicitation.
Minority Leader, please.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the motion as very well moved by the acting leader. I so second.
Thank you. It's only 7 clauses, or 8? It's 7 clauses. So the question is that these clauses become part of the bill. Clause 1, 1 to 5, 5 to 7. Explanatory memorandum. Long title. The third bill to be considered for an act is a bill for an act to amend the Armed Forces Act, Cap 820, laws of the Federation of Nigeria to foster collaboration between the armed forces and other security agencies in the provision of national security and establish Armed Forces Human Rights Unit to provide a reporting channel for civilians whose human rights are violated by the members of the armed forces and for related matters. I invite the leader to give the synopsis of this bill. 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Ononuga, Ikene Shagamuremo, North Ogun State. The most important synopsis of this report, your chairman, is that there will be a human rights unit at the armed forces to provide a reporting channel for civilians to monitor the human rights activities of the armed forces and security agencies.
Leader, please. Chairman, I rise to second the motion as moved by the acting House Leader. So second.
Those in support of this say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The question is that these clauses be made part of the bill. Clause 1, 1 to 5, 2 to 5. 6, 26, huh? Oh, 7. Explanatory memorandum, long title. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Ononuga, Ikene Shagamuremo, North Ogun State. I move that the House resolve to report back to plenary to report progress.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the motion. I so second.
Those in support of the motion that the House revert to plenary to report progress, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The House hereby reverts to plenary. The Housing Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Ad hoc Committee on the review of standing orders of the House of Representatives and resume consideration, approve the new Order 5 as amended, approve Order 20 as amended of the report. The Housing Committee of the Whole considered a report on the bill for an act to repeal the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission Act, Cap 7, laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission Bill 2023 to grant the Commission enforcement powers in the monitoring of accrual to the disbursement of revenue from the Federation account and to bring the Act in conformity with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 and for related matters, and approve Clauses 1 to 18, the schedules, explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. The Housing Committee of the Whole considered a report on the bill for an act to amend the Public Procurement Act number 14, 2007, to provide for inclusion of the Nigerian Institute of Architects in the membership of the National Council on Public Procurement, payment of 30%, mobilization fee to contractors, as well as project consultant, promotion of local content in procurement solicitation and for related matters, and approve clauses 1 to 7, explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. The Housing Committee of the Whole considered a report on a bill for an act to amend the Armed Forces Act, Cap 820, laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 to foster collaboration between the armed forces and other security agencies in the provision of national security and establish Armed Forces Human Rights Unit to provide a reporting channel for civilians whose human rights are violated by members of the armed forces and for related matters, and approve clauses 1 to 7, explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. Leader, move that we adopt the reports of the Committee of the Whole, of the standing document, working document of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Highly respected colleagues, on Nonuga Adeomi Yomi, Ikene Shagamu Remo North, I move that the House do adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole to become part of the standing orders of this House.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion as moved by the acting leader. I so second.
Thank you very much. Those in favor of the adoption of the report say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The Committee of the Whole's report has become a working document of the House of Representatives. Before I call for the movement for the movement of the motion on adjournment by the leader, there's an announcement. There will be a meeting of the Southwest Caucus today in Committee Room 301, and the time is 4 p.m. I also wish to announce, with the permission of the Chairman Caucus of Southeast, that the meeting earlier scheduled for today has been shifted to tomorrow time, 4 p.m. Signed by Honorable Igariwe. Leader, please move for the adjournment of this House. Those who, if you write your name by tomorrow, you have to meet Honorable Markey. All right? And that is how we are going to be doing it for some days. Leader, over to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Highly respected colleagues, I move that the House do adjourn till tomorrow, the 23rd of November, 2023, at 11 a.m. prompt.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion for adjournment as very ably moved by the active, agile, acting leader of the House. I so second.
Before I put the question, I want to appreciate you. I really want to appreciate you as members. The decorum you showed, the maturity you showed in our moving the issues bordering on our standard rules of the House. I really commend you. And also Honorable Faleke, who finished committee meeting and rushed back to the House to also contribute. I really appreciate you people's dedication for us to have a working document that all of us will be proud of. When you have a mixture of the old parliamentarians and the new parliamentarians, it gives them confidence because guidance is always there. And the active nature of and the knowledge base of the new parliamentarian is really impressive. For us to get this job done, we all must always come together. And I also commend the Secretariat for your dedication in this work you are doing, including the Sergeant at Arms. We appreciate you so much. And the motion has been moved for adjournment. It has been seconded. I want to ask the question. Those in support that the House be adjourned to tomorrow, same time, 11 o'clock, say aye. Those against say nay. I'm also supporting you in the nay, so we'll stay behind. And the ayes can go. The ayes have it.